Okay, sorry about that. Had to go get my medicine. I got some Diet Pepsi. Oh, is it ice time? Yeah. I'm enlisted currently. I am enlisted currently, and I can't do that. I got a Diet Pepsi, and I need to go get ice, but no, I'm going to pass on the Battlefield Fleet today. So, wait, do I have the destination? No, I don't. Three jumps, not bad. I'll catch it in time. Wait, no. Stop. I need the point runner. There we go. I am going out in the point runner. Go.
I didn't get that. Could you
We'll
try
also come back here. No, I wasn't talking to you. Sorry. Then, while I jump, I will get my headphones and piss and get some ice for a Diet Pepsi.
Active.
Okay, get me some ice. Do the next jump.
Warp drive active.
Yes, I'll play Eve. You have affected me. You have affected me in the bad ways of my life. This is my lunch? Yeah, this is lunch. Yes, it is lunchtime. Hey, kitty, you know what time it is? Oh, I better get to jumping before I die. Get to jumping before I die. There we go.
Warp drive active.
You know what time it is, kitty? It's that time again. Lunchtime. Gonna get you some cat food. It's that time again, kitty. It's lunchtime. Lunchtime for kitty. Kitty is so much better than you. Kitty is just better than you. Oh, you love that sound, don't you? You know what that means. Food. Food is good. Yeah, kitty, ready for some food? You ready for some food, kitty? Yeah, meow. Yeah, you love this? Yeah, you want some? Oh yeah, we love that sound. Ka-chink. Yeah, you want some food, kitty? You ready? Ready for this lunch? Yeah, is it lunchtime for kitty? Okay, you want some? Hmm? Yeah, trill for me. Come on. Hey, kitty, want some lunch, huh? You ready for lunch? Meow. Okay, here you go. I love you. Gotta move before I die. Gotta move before I die. I'm in a really dangerous situation, actually, and I need to worry about it. Jump into Tama battlefield. Warp.
Warp drive active.
Diet Pepsi. You don't like green, kitty? No? Okay, I don't know. Anyways, on to the battlefield. Oh, I didn't get my headphones.
Warp drive active.
What's this now? What? Why? Great. I lost this ship, huh?
relaxed has been like a couple of times, but for how harassed they were. And when you look at like all these interviews and all the questions that they were asked, like so inappropriate and so gross, like about their bodies and their weight and sexuality and all of these things, like they never ever react, and they always just laugh everything off. And to be so highly trained as little kids, I mean, of course, you know, kids are different, and like some kids are really easygoing, and like I've talked before about how my brother, like my mum passed away when he was really young, and he's kind of like a brother son. He's a really easygoing kid. Like he is so laid back. He was so good as a kid, but you know, all kids are different. And so I think about them and like maybe they were like relaxed kids, but to be so trained, to be able to just recite these lines, to, you know, go and appear and snap a smile on and all of that, like I can't imagine what it took to get them to perform not only in shows, in movies, and to such an extent that they are filming non-stop, constantly filming movies, shows, whatever, but also to instill this ability to just recite the right answer, to recite exactly what they've been told to say, because like I said, everything about their childhood and how their machine was built, it's all bullshit. Like all these interviews about, oh yeah, like we don't really work, but we love to work and this and that, and oh yeah, we have plenty of time to do this and that. Like, I'm sorry, there's no possible way on earth you build this machine with all of these movies, shows, all of that, and they're having any semblance of not even normality, but just having a life that isn't 100% a production machine 24/7. And so that they're having this constant like performance like all of the time. And even when they are asked in interviews questions that you can tell they haven't been sort of briefed for, that there isn't that them being able to pull out of their brain the exact line they've been told, you can see them really struggle. Like Rosie O'Donnell had them on her show a lot, and like Rosie's really good with kids, obviously she has a lot of kids, and she asks them a lot of questions that I don't think that they would have been like prepped for, like just off the cuff sometimes, like, oh, like what foods do you really like and stuff. I mean, these are like when they're really little, and you can see they're sort of like a little bit panicked because all the other questions, it just like comes out like very robotic. And then in interviews where somebody is being inappropriate, I mean, there's so many inappropriate interviews, but when someone is asking them questions that it seems are way over the line, and that they also have maybe said, hey, this is like a topic that's off the table, there is a real sort of malfunction. And like, I'm not, this isn't any sort of knock on them. This is, you know, the machine that created them and the people that were involved with that. But when they were just turning 18, the last ever movie they did together, like the last movie that their dual star company put out, was New York Minute. And it was actually the movie that had like a opening in a theater. The only other movie of theirs that did that was It Takes Two. And the New York Minute movie, like they did a lot of promotion for, like they went on SNL and everything, and they did a bunch of interviews. But when this movie was being promoted is when Mary-Kate went into treatment for her ED. They did do interviews together for it, and Mary-Kate was at the premiere and stuff, but there's a lot of interviews where it's just Ashley. And there's one interview in particular with this Australian outlet where they start the entire interview by really questioning her about what's going on with Mary-Kate, what's her health like. And they had put out a statement saying that she'd gone into treatment, but you can see in this interview that I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of agreement, like, we're going to say at the top of the interview, you know, Mary-Kate's getting the help that she needs or something like that. But the interviewer like keeps asking Ashley like question after question after question.
And how's Mary-Kate doing?
Good. It's, actually kind of perfect timing. I know we're supposed to be there, and,
be there
The
with you guys,
capacitor
but
is
it's
empty.
kind of, you
The
know,
capacitor
she needs
is
to
empty.
think about herself and take care of herself right now until, you know,
The
before she could
capacitor is
go ahead
empty.
and, you know, please other people. So
The
it's kind of worked
capacitor
out
is
perfectly.
empty.
And you can see that she's really, really
The
uncomfortable
capacitor is
because
empty.
obviously she is
The
like
capacitor
probably
is
going
empty.
through a very difficult time. Like her sister is going through a very difficult time. It's something very sensitive.
Well, it must be good too because, you know, obviously you do have the film to promote, but it's obviously something that she felt she needed to do, so obviously a tough decision to make.
Right, and so I'm here, you know, and she's here in spirit, supporting the film.
And tough for you, and for a sister anyway, but also being a twin, seeing your sister having to go through something like this?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's hard, but at the same time, you know, we're so thankful that all of our fans and everyone are being really supportive. So it's good.
And he just keeps poking at her. And you can see also, in my opinion, she's probably been told, do not actually say that she's receiving treatment for this, or don't say like what the issue is or something, because she's like talking around the issue the whole time.
Is going through. Is it something that you worry about being, you are role models?
I've heard from our fans saying, you know, it's, you know, such a brave thing that she's done. And, you know, so many people suffer from the same thing. You know, it's not just, you know, it's, you know, so many people suffer from this. And, you know, we've gotten so much support because I think everyone realizes that, you know, it is an issue that people, you know, don't necessarily always talk about, or, I don't know, it's a big issue. And so the fact that she's, you know, taking, you know, responsibility and, you know, taking care of herself, I think people really respect that.
And you can see her kind of panicking, and they do say, you know, a lot, like a lot of people do. I know there's points that I do as well, but she's saying every other word. It's just like, you know, because she's obviously so uncomfortable. But it seems like this was one of the cases where she didn't have that like exact verbatim like recited answer to pull up, and it just got really, really uncomfortable. And the interview was so inappropriate throughout the rest of it too, like asking her really bizarre questions about like what was it like filming in a miniskirt when like people were doing like a crowd surfing thing, and why out of all the questions you can ask this just turned 18-year-old and you're a fully grown man. Like, I mean, honestly, the questions get worse and worse as they get older, but there's so many situations like that where you can see that there isn't that like exact robotic answer that they're supposed to give, and it is like a malfunction. And I really like don't mean this against them. This is a complete criticism of the machine that produced them, and like the obviously like Hollywood, them, not like them as people, and the people who were putting this 18-year-old on national television to talk about her sister who was receiving treatment. I'm gonna actually correct myself in real time here because it saved myself in editing, Ash. I just said that Ashley was 18 when she did that interview. She might have still been 17 because this New York Minute movie was coming out when they were 18, just 18. And a lot of these old interviews, it's hard to find like the exact date that it was uploaded because a lot are re-uploads and clips and stuff. So I can't 100% say whether she was 17 or 18, but my criticism remains. And I think honestly the questions that were being asked of any young woman, it would have been inappropriate, and the questions about Mary Kate would have been inappropriate regardless of the age. But the reason that I wanted to mention that is because when they were promoting New York Minute, I do think that a lot of the promotion that I'm looking back at now did have this they're almost 18 vibe to it. And the most egregious was when they were on Saturday Night Live. And honestly, when I saw the Saturday Night Live thing, it like hurt my heart hearing it, because I just, again, like I watched this after I'd watched so many clips and interviews, and I saw like all of their SNL performance, and the rest of the performance, it was to promote New York Minute, and it was the season finale of SNL. and they were hosting and everything. And they do throughout it like really poke fun at themselves. And they'd also done a cameo appearance in the new Charlie's Angels at the same time.
Oops.
And so, you know, I do think that they do have a really good sense of humor about it. And like, I think that that does get lost nowadays because people think that they're being like so serious, but
Well, they can
I
laugh
do
all the
think
way
that
home. You know, they can cry all the way home to the bank. You know, yeah, their crowd sucked.
really is something that they do try and
I see drugs when I look at them. I see some drugged out meerkats. I'm sorry.
have a sense of humor about what happened in their careers and stuff, but they do like all of these different sketches.
I'm gonna
and,
stay
like,
away from
they're playing
Tama.
paparazzi and stuff, and pretending that they're paparazzi screaming at themselves, and you know they're like, Mary Kate, you need to eat a sandwich and stuff like that, and it's funny. But the end, they're doing like, you know, the end where they all go on stage and they're saying thank you New York and the credits are coming up, and then the closing line is
and the casting crew. And remember, we're legal in 4 weeks.
and it
What?
just like sickened me to hear it, because around this time too there was all of these websites that, and it wasn't just the Olsens, there was like Lindsay Lohan and pretty much everybody who was on that Vanity Fair cover about X number of days, hours, minutes until celebrity X turns 18, and just, I mean, I don't need to say, it was absolutely disgusting.
But that's
And
men. That's who they
to
are, deep down
be
inside.
an almost 18-year-old celebrity that's hounded the way they were, for them to say that on the stage, I mean, again, it's like, how conditioned do they have to be that is what they are saying? And this also goes in line with some like little clips that I saw that were like outtakes of things and like really buried things. Like these weren't stuff that were really used in interviews or from promotional stuff. They actually had outtakes where they were saying how uncomfortable they felt when they were on the street and like big 40-year-old men would come up to them and have pictures of them when they were like 12, like asking them to like sign stuff, and just, you could tell like they were saying how they actually felt, but they looked uncomfortable actually expressing this in the interview or whatever it was.
Why is there a dead guy right there?
Follow you everywhere, and they're like, "Can we get a picture?" And they're like 40 years old, and they're like sweating, and they have these pictures of us when we're like 12.
And a lot of that stuff was clipped out of the interviews that actually were promoted and put on whatever publication was airing it. Mary Kate did do a couple of shows and movies up until 2012. So she was a reoccurring character in Weeds for season 3. She was in
She was
such
alone.
a bad movie. She was in I don't even know.
The Hills?
Infamous movie.
The Hills.
Beastly.
Oh no, Beastly.
It's so funny. If you haven't seen the masterpiece video on YouTube about Beastly by Jenny Nicholson, 1000% recommend. I mean, Jenny Nicholson's my favorite YouTuber. I'm sure a lot of people know who she is because she's huge, but I'll leave it linked in the sources and her channel. But she made this amazing video on Beastly, and Mary Kate plays this high schooler who's a witch. And this might be a controversial opinion, this might be a hot take, but I think despite this terrible movie and awful
she
dialogue,
outshined it.
that this might be Mary Kate's finest performance, because
What?
she does seem to be really enjoying it. Which
Yeah, she's like, I am a witch. Yeah,
it's nice to see. I mean, maybe because she was doing it for fun, it was on her terms. It's not.
There's a wreck at every
the
fucking
same as
place.
What
What
she
the
was
fuck?
doing as a child and a teen. I mean, honestly, she is the best part of this entire movie. In case you can't tell from the name, it's a modern day take on Beauty and the Beast, and it was
Of course
when
it is.
a lot of these kind of like
I was like, anytime you hear the word beast, it's either Harry Potter rapist or some remake of Beauty and the Beast.
play and type movies were coming out, and they clearly thought it was going to be like some crazy popular thing because
I can't believe Ezra Miller tanked the brand of Fantastic Beasts by himself. What the fuck is that? Poor JK. Poor JK Rowling.
on paper it probably should have worked, but it was just horrendous. It was Alex Pettyfer played like
This is a very female channel.
the Beast, and Vanessa Hudgens plays Beauty, and
Mostly about the goings-on in the female world.
they are both horrendous in it.
Sometimes I get the feeling that teenage girls are more avaricious towards hot guys or whatever than teenage boys are towards hot girls. It's weird.
And
See it? They have a thirst, a hunger for it.
Kate is like the witch that curses them, and she just goes to their high school, and as Jenny Nicholson talks in her video, I'm sorry, it's just like such a bad funny movie, like funny to watch. It's so bad movie, and Jenny's video is just hilarious. The Mary Kate is like green screened into the movie, so I don't know whether she, you know, when you're a billionaire and you're doing it for fun, I'm sure you can be like, I don't want to go to set and deal with all of that. Just green screen me in. But aside from the epic masterpiece that was Beastly, Mary-Kate and Ashley did do the odd little thing here and there. And they didn't ever do like massive amounts of guest appearances because financially it didn't make sense. And they obviously weren't the ones pulling the strings when they were 18 and younger. They did like a guest appearance on Sister Sister, which I absolutely loved that show growing up. And my sisters and I watched it like constantly. And they also did, like I mentioned, in 2003, like fun little cameo in Charlie's Angels. But as a whole, they didn't really do much outside of their stuff that they were making like a massive amount of money and producing and stuff. Because a lot of people say like, why didn't they do The Parent Trap with Disney? And it's kind of a perfect role for them because of course Lindsay Lohan did that role and she's not a twin. But I imagine the answer is Disney didn't want to like co-produce it or give away a lot of the back end or something like that. And they had also done the basic Parent Trap ripoff a few years before that, but I imagine it had a much more to do with like the back end stuff. But they really didn't do stuff with outside of like Full House and kind of the ABC universe. They didn't become like Nickelodeon kids or Disney kids, and that's because they were dual star kids and they owned all of their stuff and produced all of their stuff. And they did in 2015 sell their back catalog to Nickelodeon, but currently now it's very hard to find their stuff because of this, because they never did these deals and the rights and all of that are tied up in Dual Star. And as I mentioned, Dual Star just shut down in 2023 and now they just have the row and stuff. So you can find like New York Minute is pretty easy to find. You can stream that, and then there are certain other movies of theirs like Passport to Paris and stuff that you can buy on Prime, but you can't really stream anything else apart from New York Minute really anywhere, and their shows and stuff are really lost to time. So I did find this amazing Instagram account, which if you want to see any of their stuff, you should follow this Instagram account. It's called Simply Olsen, and of course I'll leave everything linked down below. But they, in their Instagram bio, have a link, and the link tree has everything they've ever done. And I don't mean just like shows and movies. I mean like interviews, guest appearances, the Full House True Hollywood Story, everything. So massive shout out to that Instagram account, Simply Olsen. So helpful when making this video, especially for a lot of the interviews that were lost to time. So as I said, really acting wise, they haven't done much since New York Minute, apart from Mary Kate, for up until 2012. Like there really just was like the occasional sporadic thing. It really wasn't much. But they then went to NYU, which is pretty well known, especially like a lot of millennial people that follow Hollywood stuff. They became really harassed by the paparazzi so much when they were at NYU, and there's just so many famous videos or infamous videos of the paparazzi going after them, and especially Mary Kate would be pictured like going out and things. And even though they did go out and like were going to nightclubs and stuff, and they started hanging around with like Paris Hilton and Lindsay Lohan on occasion, they didn't go that same route. Like they were followed by the paparazzi, but it wasn't to the same extent. Like, yeah, they'd be in a nightclub, but they'd more likely like be in the corner and stuff. And of course there were stories in the media about substances and things like that, and not to, in like 2 videos in a row, talk about like celebrities and their substances that I've observed. Well, I haven't observed. I've had friends who have been in bathrooms with them, let's say, and they really didn't have much of a chance at NYU because they were so harassed by the paparazzi. They're going to NYU and living in like, you know, this penthouse and stuff. I just don't think that they had any chance at becoming like real everyday students. And Mary Kate also had a big huge blow up in the media at the time with her boyfriend Stavros Niarchos, who was a Greek shipping heir, and he ended up cheating on her with Paris Hilton, and it was like a massive tabloid story. And so that really was what prompted Mary Kate to leave NYU and move back to LA. Ashley did stay a little bit longer, but she did drop out of NYU as well. And that's when they decided to start their company, The Row, which the name comes from Savile Row in London. And Ashley had the idea to design the perfect t-shirt. And they did this over like 3 years. They ended up designing the perfect t-shirt, and that was like the first thing that they released. And then they did a collection for Barney's, which was about 9 items, and it was like very simple but high fashion. They have done very well with The Row. They've won a bunch of awards. I'm pretty sure they won Designer of the Year in 2008 and 2015, and they've won other categories and stuff too. Last year they won Accessory of the Year, and these are all CFDA awards, which are like fashion awards. And that's usually when there's a video that will circulate about them. They do always usually go to the awards, and especially if they win and stuff, obviously you see them go up and accept the award. But I think that a lot of people don't realize that they are out there, but it's just not like Hollywood stuff. Like it is these CFDA awards, and they have always got a lot of positivity with the Row brand. It is a brand that's not like, you're not going to see the Row written on stuff. It's very expensive, but it is a brand that's kind of like, if you know, you know. And I do think that they have in the fashion industry escaped that child star label, but in general people still do see them that way. They have had a lot of other minor controversies with the paparazzi mainly, and just when they do appear at something Hollywood, like every so often they'll appear, or one of them will go to like a Vanity Fair after Oscars party or something, and they'll be, oh, the Olsen twins have come out of hiding. And as I said, like they aren't in hiding, they're at the fashion awards and stuff because that's what they do. They're just not,
so they're not
going
actresses
to Hollywood
anymore.
Stuff, and they don't want to be out and doing stuff in the industry
because they weren't treated well.
I know I talk a lot about staged paparazzi pictures and things, but they are people that don't want to be photographed by the paparazzi anymore, so they aren't. And even stuff like, if you enter the building for the Row, you have to sign an NDA. You don't see a lot of people that worked for them speaking out or like telling what's going on there, because they have been not very litigious, but they definitely have had situations where you wouldn't want to violate the NDA, that's for sure. And I think a lot of people too like respect that they have completely removed themselves from Hollywood. Like they aren't these people that they had a successful show 20 years ago and they still want to make money from it, so they'll go and do certain things or when it's convenient for them, but then they'll be like, oh, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to be, you know, doing this or doing that, or I don't want people coming up to me. But they really have been like, no, we don't want to be involved in this anymore, this is what we're doing now. And of course they don't need the money, so there is that sort of...
So I think this is the end of the video for me.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Rope it up, please! The RP said there was a stalker. Oh.
82 days before the murder, there is a break-in. And in the event of a break-in, usually something is going to be stolen from the house. Most times, it's going to be whatever that is within reach and is the most valuable. Nobody is breaking and entering, risking jail time to steal a can opener and the remainder of your laundry detergent. They want electronics, they want cash, they want things that they can resell and make money from. This is a literal cash grab with a side of trespassing. That's what most break-ins are. It's devastating, but at least you know that the motive is very clear. Whoever did this wants money, they're committing atrocious crimes to make money. But what if someone breaks into your house and they take something that is not of monetary value? They don't steal the $1,000 iPad that's in clear view, or the phone, or the car. They steal your journal that you write in every single day. It's not a password book. You don't have some sort of ledger for Bitcoin in there. It's just like your deepest inner thoughts, leather-bound journal that financially would fetch no more than $10 on the market resold. Or what if someone breaks in and you check the entire house up and down, nothing's been taken, nothing. And it's not like they didn't have time. And then you walk by the console under your TV and there's the picture frame, the picture of your entire family that you framed last year during Christmas. The frame is still there, but the photo is gone. They had time to take the photo out of the frame,
we'll go
but they didn't
Kitty.
take anything else?
All
No
right.
valuables?
Yeah,
What are they planning on doing with the picture? Or you go upstairs to try and collect yourself. You're about to shower, and in the drawer, your hairbrush is gone. It's missing. Or maybe they take that one magnet that you have on the refrigerator that you bought during your first time going to Yosemite. What the hell are they going to do with that? Or any of these things. These are the things that will keep people up at night. It's not just like the random violation of someone breaking into your home, which is typically the only private place that people can truly feel safe. But it's the fact that you don't know who did it. You don't know why they did it. It's clearly not for money. Then what is it for? Are they going to come back? For the Krug family house in Colorado, it's even more alarming than all of those. Daniel Krug, the father of 3 kids and husband of Christine Krug, calls 911. Daniel's standing at the end of his driveway talking to the officer, and he's explaining, as I pulled in, I saw someone run out, jump over my gate, and take off that way. Like, he walked in on this trespassing, on someone breaking and entering.
I didn't think to call you until my wife got home recently, and we realized the spare key that we keep in the garage isn't there.
If someone breaks into your house and they only take the spare key, the only reason they would do
Probably
that is to come back later.
To come back later.
But to do what? Over the course of the next 82 days, it will be like the person who broke into that house never even left the house. Strange things are going to start to happen to the Krug family, almost driving them to the point of being completely paranoid. And then finally, one of them is going to be killed in that very house.
Why?
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Network to End Domestic Violence. They are a nonprofit dedicated to ending relationship, workplace, and stalking violence. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's episode includes mentions of stalking, DV, so viewer discretion is advised, and please take care, take breaks.
There was a slicer. That's a counter for me, and I learned to just leave. I'm not fighting the slicer. And now back to the safe spot.
Warp drive active.
Okay, and now we sit for a little while until this idiot goes away or whatever.
And with that, let's get into it. When you read a lot of fiction books, there's going to be patterns that you're noticing. And it's not just like the tropes. It could be the 7-point structure, the hero's journey. Save the cat is like a popular one. It's the outline of the story. And oftentimes, I highly doubt authors are even using outlines
What's
like this.
Save the cat?
It's like a storyline. A lot of movies and books follow this exact point progress. It's like the progression of a story.
Like third chapter breakup?
Yes, like a third chapter breakup that I always complain about. It's like that. But like third chapter breakup is maybe more so a trope, but this would like fit into the whole from start to finish. There's almost like an outline of ups and downs. And it's very interesting. I think it's because humans are comfort creatures. We enjoy stories with similar journeys, similar endings. The point is, if you read a lot of bad fiction, you notice these frameworks. If you read a lot of good fiction, which most fiction is good, you won't even notice these frameworks because they either don't follow it to a T or they do it so well that it just feels like a brand new story in a brand new world. But ultimately, most books can be boiled down to the 3-act structure, which is how I'm going to boil down this case for you. Not because I think that this is reminiscent of a fictional storyline, but because somebody involved in today's case thought that their plan would play out like the movies. They even mention movies and fiction multiple times. Act 1 is the promise. You get thrown into the world and you don't really know what's going on. And the Krug family house sits in the middle of a residential neighborhood where all the neighbors are closely stationed nearby. Their houses are very close in proximity. The streets are smaller, the sidewalks are well maintained, people like to walk their pets outside. It's the neighborhood that a lot of the houses decorate for Christmas, and at night you have to close your blinds, otherwise the red and green, not so jolly anymore. They're gonna drive you crazy when you're trying to sleep, but not December of 2023. Something happens in the neighborhood. As the Christmas lights are going off, police are stationed behind "Do Not Cross" yellow tape. It's been like that for a while. Eventually, a neighbor stops the car in front of an officer and asks, "Are we safe?"
We live in the neighborhood. Are we safe?
Neighbors are asking, are we safe? I mean, it's a good question, considering in one of the houses that looks just like the others on the outside, it's like a regular, nice family suburban home, there is one family that is preparing for something. That's what it feels like. They have a whole gun safe filled with weapons, and there's schedules to go learn how to use these guns. They have family codes. These are not just shared between parents, but with the children. Orange means caution, near normal operations. Red, high alert, limit visitations.
Like they're talking to each other. Today is code orange, or right now it's code red.
Yeah, or like certain activities are orange, red, nuclear, and they wrote it down.
Okay.
Nuclear means lockdown, separate locations, active threat. I think it is a pretty good idea to teach kids about active threats and what to do in case of emergencies, but the level at which this particular family is preparing, it seems like there is an imminent threat that they know about, not just like a potential what if. The whole family has to know, and they have all these thorough, well thought out plans on how to keep everyone safe. On a separate piece of paper, it reads, needs gun training, add walking lights, add fence lights, add outdoor cameras, add front door security, protection orders in place, trim landscaping for visibility, add extra security system, replace sliding glass door with regular doors. What are they preparing for? And do the neighbors know? Like, are they all preparing for the same thing? Why are all the neighbors scared too? December 14th, there is a wellness check being done at the Krug house. The officer goes to the front door to knock, and there's someone there, just standing in front of the front door. A woman in a big puffer jacket.
Outside or inside?
Outside. And she looks a little startled. Oh, I'm their neighbor, and they called me. They're like, can you go see if she'll answer the door? So a neighbor was asked to check up on the residents of this house too. And she's like, you got it from here. She walks off. The officer starts knocking on the door. Nobody responds. He peers inside the window. I mean, the rest of the house and the property, it seems completely normal.
Is there police cam footage of these?
Yes. Okay. According to his official report later, he's looking through the front door window. Nothing is amiss. There's no coffee table that's been overturned, no broken glass. There's nothing. According to his official report later, quote, everything looked orderly, quiet. I gave the door a loud knock. He says that he thought whoever he's checking in on probably isn't even home right now, and he's about to drive off in the patrol car when he decides, I'm just gonna see if there's a car inside the garage to be extra thorough. The Krug family garage has those windows at the very top of the garage that let sunlight in, but they're so high up that you can't even really tippy-toe and see into them. So the officer walks back down to his car, and just when it seems like he's about to drive off, he drives his car right up to the garage, climbs on top of his car so that he can get up to a height to peer through the garage windows, and as he's balancing and peering through the window, he's shining a flashlight through, And according to the officer's police report, he says he very quickly sees a woman lying on the garage floor, and she is very clearly not moving.
I got a female down.
He says he quickly gathers the woman is very close to the steps that lead into the house. So she's not close to the garage door that slides up and down. She's close to the door that goes into the house. She has a winter coat on, the hood is pulled over her head, but her face is showing, so she's lying on her back, and she's really, really still. He immediately radios in 151, send medical, and 110, I need a forced entry, I got a female down in the garage. He runs to the front, kicks open the front door, books it to the garage. He's not even clearing the house. He doesn't know if somebody else is in the house. The first words to come out of his mouth when he opens that garage door is, holy shit, shit, holy shit. And it sounds like he's trying to calm himself down from the panic.
Oh, shit. Holy shit.
According to the report, I noted a significant amount of blood, which appeared to be fresh, noted by the bright red color. The blood is running down the wall, and the woman's head is about 2 feet away from the wall, so there seems to be some sort of blood splatter or a traumatic event enough that blood would end up on the wall. There's more blood underneath her head. According to the report, he says he very quickly sees that she's clearly not moving, and he gathers, okay, so she's close to the steps, and there's blood on the wall, there's blood on her. It seems like she probably might not be alive. This is a life-threatening, fatal amount of blood. He's calling for backup, he's calling for paramedics, he's administering CPR, and he's trying to gather as much information as possible. Initially, he realizes that there's trauma near her right temple, but because of all of the victim's hair, he can't make out what is causing the bleeding. He just knows that she's bleeding. It could have been a fall. Her neck is kind of slanted to the left. It could indicate a broken neck. It also could have been from a small caliber weapon, but he can't be sure. So if it was like not a small caliber weapon, it probably would have left a certain type of fragmentation to the head that he would have been able to quickly identify. So he's so unclear about what even caused this. All he knows is he's not picking up a pulse. He opens the big garage door that leads out into the driveway because he just got radioed in that paramedics are about to pull up. So he wants them to have direct access into the garage because every second is life or death. He opens the big garage doors, and instead of uniformed officers or medics, there's an older woman softly walking towards the opening of the door, and she catches him performing CPR. She catches a glimpse of someone laying on the garage floor covered in blood, and his report reads, it appeared to me the woman was either a neighbor or a relative. She was visibly upset, clearly seeing me perform CPR. I quickly asked the woman to stay away from the garage, knowing other officers were coming into the area. I requested via radio that they contact this woman and escort her from the garage.
Hello, ma'am. I need you to stay out, please. Next, you need to interrupt this apparent relative that's on scene, please.
It seems like she's freaking out. There's multiple angles of this, of the older woman walking up to the garage, but it seems like she takes a step back and then she wants to go forward, but then probably her logic is like, no, let the police officer do the medical help. You're not going to be helpful. So then she eventually walks down away from the garage door down the driveway.
How old is this woman?
I would say maybe 60s, 70s.
Oh, wow.
I mean, this is a family member who just walked in at the precise time that her loved one is on the floor, on the garage floor, covered in blood, and an officer is performing CPR.
Does she see exactly who's down there?
Yeah. And it's not an accident, and it's not a coincidence. All of this was planned. Even her showing up at that exact moment was planned by somebody else. She's escorted away from the garage, and all the backup officers arrive at the scene. Paramedics rush in, and they realize it's not a head wound that they're working with. I mean, she does have a head wound, but that's not the only thing. Under her thick winter coat, there's one mark, and she has been stabbed near the heart. Who would want someone in the Krug family dead? And does this have anything to do with the break-in that happened 82 days ago? Act 2 of a fictional story usually is the confrontation. It's the structured escalation. It's kind of the why. Why are we even talking about any of this? 35 days before the murder, there is a text message sent to Christelle Krug. Christelle is the mother of 3 and the wife of Daniel Krug. So 82 days before the murder, Daniel Krug calls the police and is like, hey, I just saw some guy break into our house, and I talked to my wife, and we realized the only thing stolen was our spare key.
I saw someone, I think it was a guy, but it was so fast.
Yeah.
Blue jeans, gray shirt, run out, jump over my gate, and take off that way. Everything seems to be there.
Okay.
Except a spare key.
The house key. Okay.
35 days before the murder, so this is after the break-in, Christelle Krug gets a text message. Saw you at dentist. I like clean teeth for my COCK. You got me so horny and slutty in my car, so I nutted on yours. See you soon.
What?
Christelle is like the dentist. How would anybody know that she's at the dentist? Christelle checks her car for a tracker or anything else, and there's nothing. I mean, she hasn't posted on social media. She's barely online these days. She values privacy over everything else since the stalking started. She took down all her personal photos, family photos. How would they even know that she's at the dentist?
This is a stalker.
Yeah.
And this is not the first message?
No. She's been getting messages all month long.
He said he nutted on hers?
Yes, on her car. This is the first time the stalker is like, I saw you at the dentist at this time. And she knows there's no way. It's not even just a message of like, you know, the stalker was saying all things like, I'm going to kidnap you. You should leave your husband for me. But now it's very specific. I saw you at the dentist.
Was she?
Yeah. And the dentist plaza has like a ton of other businesses in the same plaza. So if someone even just tracked her phone, it would be unclear which business or establishment she's visiting. How would they know specifically she went to the dentist that day unless they're tracking her car or they're watching her in person? Then another message. He doesn't deserve you. You know it. He doesn't satisfy you. That's why you keep all your boys on the side. You're a dirty slut, and I know how to satisfy you. Admit that no one satisfied you since
It's a
me.
gamer.
I see you flirting with waiters, almost begging for sex, licking your lips, and you got your boobs out. Don't know how many fucking boys you kept, but I'll save you. I know he's keeping us apart. You don't belong in that big house. You belong with me. I'll get rid of him, and
Did a
then we
woman
can be
write
together.
this?
So easy. The stalker sends another message. They have random security. They let me park and walk right into his building. Been there for weeks. Give me the signal and he won't come home. Every married bitch I ever banged wanted to get rid of their husbands. I'll do it for us. Help me get rid of him and then we can be together, just like you want. I'm planning a big birthday party for you. Just you, me, and 20 friends. I know you're a dirty slut and I'll treat you right. You can be slutty with me and I'll take you. You don't want the fake married life. You want to be dirty and I will save you.
So these are all sent like separate times?
Yeah. Halloween is probably the scariest message to date. It's a picture of Christelle's husband, Daniel, while he's leaving work. This your husband? Drives like slow old lady. Can't believe you want to suck his dick, but not mine. He needs to drive safe. Don't want to clear rubber hose in his tailpipe, does he?
What exactly is the photo like?
It's of Daniel getting out of his car going into the work.
How far is it? Very close by?
Really close. It's like if someone were to park nose in and then I were to drive right by and take a picture out my window. It's not from 5 parking spaces away. It's like if you're at a Trader Joe's and you're driving by one of the parked cars and you just stick your hand towards the passenger seat and take a photo.
What was like the first message though that she received? Are you going to go over that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, whoever the stalker is, they're now following the entire family. But how? It's like they have eyes and ears everywhere. How do you follow an entire 5-person family? 4 days later, a picture of a man's private parts come in with the question, what do you think? It's only escalating. And this all started October 2nd, 2023. So the break-in happens earlier than this, but the first message, the very first message comes in October 2nd, 2023. Christelle gets this. It's, hi, Christelle. It's Anthony. Hope it's okay I looked you up. I go to Boulder, Colorado, every few weeks, and I thought we could hook up. Christelle doesn't respond, mainly because it's like a really odd message from an old friend of hers. It's her old high school boyfriend. Christelle is now married. She has 3 kids. One of them, I think, is in high school now.
Like
who's thinking about their high school boyfriend from decades ago? It's not like they have the same circle of friends either. He knows she married a guy named Krug and they have 3 kids together. Why would she even meet up with him? They haven't even spoken in so long. But the next day, another message. Are you there? You should say yes when I offer a pity fuck. Whatever. Saw your pictures, you got fat, but your loser husband won't fuck your fat. Just, you should kill yourself.
That, just second day?
Yeah. But it's not just text messages. Emails are coming in. Your license plate expired. Gotta fix that. She checks. Her license plate is expired. You and your husband down to Eiffel Tower? Then the dentist messages, and Christelle starts feeling rightfully paranoid. But there's also nothing that indicates that somebody is following her. I mean, she's been tracking what cars have been on the street outside her house. All normal cars that always pass by, nothing abnormal. I would imagine that there's more than one exit out of the neighborhood, so if Christelle switches it up each time, then how would he even follow her out? Christelle calls an officer to the house to check out her car. There's nothing. There's no tracker. There's nothing. But they can't even do anything. Even though every day there's a new message, if it's not from the stalker, it's from somebody else. Like a text message from someone else, seemingly unrelated. Hi, saw your post on Ion Canto. Are you still looking for some men to join you? So I guess it's like a
group text.
Yeah. Christelle responds, can you tell me which ad this was for? About you wanting a train? I believe someone may have taken out an ad with my number. Could you share the link or the title of the ad, please? No response.
Wow.
The entire Krug family has this heightened sense of anxiety about all of this. I mean, the pictures, the stalking, the threats, it's just starting to become overwhelming. They try to track down the number sending the messages. It only leads them to other dead ends, and the stalker keeps switching numbers. Sometimes the messages would have thinly laced threats of kidnapping Christelle,
Been there.
killing Daniel. This seemingly very normal suburban family, the Krugs, they start changing their entire lifestyles. They have lockdown protocols in the house. They're installing cameras outside around the house. Christelle is getting a concealed
Been
carry
there.
license. She's learning how to shoot
Been there.
guns. Daniel, the husband, he's freaking out. Daniel's kind of a geeky guy. He's the type at work where if he has his work credentials on a tag that he clips onto a backpack, he will do these elaborate swirls in front of like the key readers, the key card readers, to hit his backpack on it rather than get like a retractable lanyard of some sort. And this is not like me trying to give you an analogy of his personality. I literally saw him do this. So it's like, that's what he does. That's the type of kind of geeky energy that he has.
What does he do?
He works for the Department of Public Health for accounting.
Wow,
He's an
CDOT, huh?
accountant?
Yeah.
I love CDOT. I've worked for CDOT as well.
Yeah, for the government. During an interview with the police, because Christelle and Daniel have talked to the police frequently about this stalker.
And what does she do?
She is a...
This is near and dear to my heart because of Colorado. If it hadn't been for Colorado, I would have bailed out. That and the crazy like master puppet master thing aspect of it. I met some puppet master shitheads who think that they can just take control of your life with their fucking retardation. And honestly, in the end, I began to understand that paying attention to them was the only real mistake I made.
Engineer, but I believe that she is a full-time mom at this point.
If I had ignored the man who tried to kill me, if I just ignored him, my life would be much, 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 much better. It's you know, unfortunate. But if I had just ignored them.
She was focused on engineering. Everyone that...
But no, I took it personally. I took it personally when he terrorized my girlfriend. Like, I just took it personally. And that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take it personally. But I don't know. I think it would have been better to just be subjective and let all the let the bad time with the bad man just go away eventually, rather than provoking him or anything like that.
Has spoken about Christelle says she was just like whip smart, so smart. Yeah. And like even the way that, because FOIA had requested this case, the way that she was able to log each of the stalker's messages, I mean, she was methodical about it. She did not play games. She would have these ways of...
This is a normie. This is what happens when you fuck with normies. They use all of the tools within the law pretty much to cover every last thing. So when they finally... I've been there too. I've been there as from a normie point of view as a total outside victim of just doing my job, and some psycho on the internet decided to swat me. I was very meticulous the first year about evidence, and I submitted it all to the FBI. That's not a lie, you know? And I tracked every convo, every IP, every name, every usage, every threat, every follow, every bit of credit card information, names on credit cards that they had given, all that stuff. I just sent it all in. And I was like, they'll do what they want to do with it. I don't know, right? And that's how a normie reacts to being a victim to a fucking bully is you're just like, well, I'm not going to hire some private security firm. I'm not going to kill the guy because I'm not a psycho like them. So what can I do? I just protect myself within the full extent of the fucking law. So every time there was a text, every time there was a voice chat, I recorded it. Every time they fucked with me or left a follow, I recorded it. It was just insane. I was just like, this is a paper trail that I can use to convict the person and destroy the person who's trying to destroy me. And that's how a normie, not a normie, but just somebody who isn't a, you know, a bad actor. Like that's how like a good actor responded. I mean, that's what it is. Like not a normie. I wouldn't say I'm a normie. I'm just a good actor. I didn't go looking for this. I didn't ask for it and I didn't fucking fight them for it. And I didn't cause this.
Calming herself down.
It's some sicko with childhood trauma who's just living out their childhood trauma, who happens to target me, who also has childhood trauma, and then our childhood traumas bump in the night and send us both to shipwreck, and it's fucking stupid. If I just ignored him, I wouldn't have gotten to the shipwreck period. I just never would have. I would have just passed them in the night. But the minute that you acknowledge and you give them power and you fight them or anything like that, but I mean, they threatened my family. I didn't have any option at that point.
Even when she talks to Detective Martinez.
So I did everything under my power. I contacted local police. I contacted the feds. I lit them up that this might be some kind of financial like internet crime, some kind of murder attempt. We didn't know. I lit them up that there was 2 other people that wanted to kill me because of my past life, and I talked about them. I was like, this might be somebody that I've irked in a past life that I didn't, I've never crossed anybody, but I still had people who fixated on me for no fucking reason at all. It's a reoccurring thing in my life. They see that I'm not afraid of them because I assumed that me being a good actor is going to be enough to get through it. And bear mace and guns and, and dogs and security and all this other stuff is also how I get through it. It is what it is. And then I call the cops when I have a problem. I make friends with the neighborhood liaison. I know that I have his card sitting right there at the neighborhood liaison. Well, it's in a stack of stuff, but I've got a card from the neighborhood police liaison who promised me that he would actually spend some time on this case. He promised me. He went out of his way. He could have just been like, well, we'll see what we can do, which is what every cop has ever said to me when I sick them on these terrible people, and they'll say, well, we'll see what we can do. That's what they say, right? But this guy was like, I'm going to go out of my way because this motherfucker kind of ruffled the feathers of our small rural town and stuff, and so I've got a boner for him now, and I'm going to spend some time on this. And they're like, do you have you talked to somebody with the feds? And I was like, yeah, I actually did report this because it was like a federal murder attempt essentially when they swatted me, and I gave them and those guys talked to each other and they started talking to each other, and it was kind of crazy. It was like, yeah, it's a real case. There really was no reason for them to swat me or whatever. In a small town, it doesn't really make sense. In a big city, it would make sense. You can get away with it easier. But the small town rule, when they hear a story like this, they don't believe it. They know it's some big city slicker idiot who thinks that they can just call in and manipulate the fucking small town police. But the small town police don't get stories like this. They get Jerry's drunk on the fucking highway again or something, right? Or John's falling asleep in his pickup outside the fucking barn supply store. Shit. That's the sort of sleepy shit that these cops get. They abandoned another RV along the causeway kind of stuff, right? That happens in my neighborhood a lot. They abandon RVs on the causeway after they use them to cook meth or live in it like homeless rats, and they don't clean it or wash it or anything. So eventually it's just this toilet that they use to shoot up drugs and stuff. And they leave those on the side of our causeway. I would say that's the extent of the crime in our neighborhood. So when some asshole binds up 30 local fucking state and police troopers to come to my fucking house because of a SWAT attempt and shit, that doesn't go unnoticed in this town. The cop actually was gung-ho to go after them and shit. He's like, I want to catch these people. I don't like that they threaten 80-year-old people. And I was like, I don't like it either. You think I like it? It's fucking stupid. I've done nothing to these fucking people. I told him when he asked me, he was like, you got to tell me why you think they might be doing this. He's like, you must have done something or some indication. Did you anger them? Did you take money from them or something? And I was like, no. I believe it's my political choice. I just don't like the president that they vote for. It's a Trumper. And he was like, oh. And now my community liaison, he's African American. And he immediately got it. He was like, oh, you politically identified on your stream? And he was like, this is political? And I was like, yes, I'm fairly sure this is because I make fun of right-wingers on my stream. I'm fairly fucking sure. I'm sure that's what eviscerates it. But the problem is, I'm allowed to do that. I have freedom of fucking speech. I can do that if I want. And he was like, yes, you can. I would die for your American right to fucking say whatever the fuck you want to on your stream. And I was like, yeah, I can say whatever I want to. It's not against the fucking law. I can't say abusive or threatening shit, but I can say whatever I want to about Trump. And he was like, yes, you can. And he didn't like it either. I was like, this is also, it's some kid playing at politics, but it's just some loser incel right-wing pipeline idiot again, as usual. The kind of people that shoot Charlie Kirk unironically. It's fucking weird. Because that was it. What kind of leftist do you know carries high-power rifles like that? That's a right-winger. Crazy right-winger, you know? Or whatever. Maybe it's a CIA whack job. That's also a crazy right winger. When I say right winger, I'm including both possibilities. One, that it's a small time assassin, Mark David Chapman type guy who's crazy. That's a right wing situation. And then there's the other side, which is the CIA's gone insane and whacked Charlie Kirk for some kind of like crazy like opposite reaction, keep the president in power type fucking like wag the dog type play, some kind of psyop or something, right? Both of them, terrible right-wing bad actors, both of them. That's the two possibilities on Charlie Kirk, in my opinion. There's the crazy right-winger with the high-powered rifle. That one I accept, right? That's the excuse I accept right now. Then there's it's some kind of crazy CIA, Mossad, fucking nutty Israel thing about assassination and fucking, like, psyops and stuff. And that's also crazy right-winger shitheads causing my community fucking problems. I'm not sympathetic to Charlie Kirk. I'm sympathetic to me being fucking bullied by fucking us being bullied by fucking right-wing shitheads with crazy guns all the time. It's fucking stupid, just like the swatter. And so I don't usually talk about this, but it goes towards these stalker cases. I learned that if I had just never said anything in the first fucking place, the ships just pass in the night. If I just never, but I stood up for myself always. I always stood up to these fucking people. They can't stand that I swear to God, the real red flag in the Toro bullfight that when the bullfighter yells Toro and the fucking bull comes charging at you, that's what these fixations from these loser incel right-wing pipeline nuts are like. They come climbing out of the fucking woodwork and they're like, you started this. And it's like, no, I didn't start this. I was just spouting shit on a random stream, or I was just living my life with my girlfriend or whatever. No, I did not start this. No, I didn't. This started with you. And like, and I don't know where to put it now, where it's like, yes, this was like a right-wing bad actor, like basically fucking me. It's so stupid. It's always like that. Why? Because I have political views that don't agree with yours. I don't like the fucking right wing, but I don't like the fucking left wing either. I don't like the Democrats. I don't really like them. I'm actually more of a friend to people like that than most Democrats are, because I don't like Democrats. You understand? I'm progressive, like fucking, like Hassan Piker. I could give a flying fuck if either side loses. I don't like either side. So when it comes to political fucking differences, I'm far closer to some asshole nut who fucking fixates on me and sicks the fucking cops on me, or tries to kill my girlfriend or whatever the fuck, or tries to kill me with a circular saw and all that. Like, I'm far more closer on the political spectrum to alt-right pipeline guys like that than all of the Democrats that they truly hate. I'm far more closer to them. They should have given me the fucking, I didn't vote for, I did vote for Obama and Hillary, but this is because I know it's throwing my vote away to stop the right wing from going to goddamn, Iraq or Iran or fucking Venezuela like they do. That's what they're doing right now. They're going to Iran and Venezuela. I try and stop that by backing crazy, shitty, child molester, deep state, fucking pedophile, fucking, elitists on the Democrat side, but at least they don't start wars. Not always, anyways. They like their war budgets and they like going to war, but they don't start wars. I wouldn't say the Democrats start wars. Name a war that the Democrats started. World War II, or not started, but at least got us into, I think that, I don't even know. I can't think of a time when the Democrats took us to war. Maybe Kosovo. Bill Clinton took us to Kosovo in the Gulf War. I would say that's the time that the Democrats have taken us to war. All the rest of them, from World War II, Vietnam, to fucking 9/11, Afghanistan, and in everything through to Venezuela and Iran, that's all shit that the right wing does. And so that's what I fear. That's why I vote for Bernie or Hillary or any of those, or Ralph Nader for 12 years, because I know that they don't like starting wars. That's the only reason reason I vote for them. I don't trust them. I don't like their circles. I don't like their money or anything like that. When it comes to political spectrums too, I didn't lecture the cop, but in the back of my mind is also this crazy thing in the back of my mind where it's like, we're not the worst enemies in terms of the political spectrum. A progressive isn't somebody that a fucking right-wing alt-right pipeline incel should target. I'm far closer to you on the political fucking spectrum than a Democrat is, and that's the problem with these fucking little Eichmanns. They don't think first. They don't think about the things that they do. They're just little Eichmanns that think that they're going to trigger the fucking liberals. They're little Eichmanns. They suck dick. They're not very good. They don't think about what they do first. It's fucking stupid, and I'm far closer to them on the political spectrum than most of their enemies. It's sort of dumb. Like in EVE Online, we've got factions like Caldari work with Mimitar to fight Galente and Amar, and Amar and Galente are allied together, and Caldari and Galente, Caldari and Mimitar are allied together, and they fight faction warfares against each other and stuff. That's what you see me doing on the video game, right? EVE Online, right? But like, you don't see this thing about like so like, for instance, Amar and Mimitar. I'm sorry, Mimitar is caught up in the Caldari Galente struggle, but Amar isn't. So I'm a Mar to the Caldari here in terms of the stream sniper, all the people who fixated on me or try to kill me and stuff. I'm that newt. I'm the neutral guy who did not target you. If I talk shit about your fucking president, welcome to the world. Everybody else does too. It's a dumb reason to dislike somebody. It's fucking stupid. Everybody in the world talks shit about Trump. To target me in particular is fucking stupid. Everybody in the world talks shit about Trump. Even Trump talks shit about Trump sometimes. It's insane. And like, you know, whatever. So like, you know, whatever. So it's just like, and that's the other thing. It's like, God damn it, as a progressive, I am the neutral ally who believes that while I believe that the Republican Party should be abolished, I think the right wing should exist. You know, and I don't like saying that, but I mean, it is the truth. While I believe that the Republican Party should be abolished, the right wing should exist and should be 50% of this country. Yeah, I just don't like what the Republicans did with wars. So I would like to abolish Republicans. You know, consult the school full of little girls that they killed recently if you don't know why. If you don't know why I dislike that. You know, why I dislike the Republican Party. So, whatever. So, and that, you know, boils down to it, like this poor family, they had a stalker that really meant business the same way that mine did. And it's like fucking stupid. Like I don't really understand. This family is trotting along in their lives, not offending anybody, I would say. And I will defend the underdog here. The family is the underdog. Of course the guy straps up and of course the wife starts learning to shoot and all this stuff because they're not used to threats like this. So they use everything in their fucking power to get beyond it. The messages scare them because they're just not fucking freaks like that. They weren't born on the hentai internet. They don't talk like that.
Inez, which is the guy.
They don't talk like that letter that weird hentai motherfucker sent to them. They don't talk or think like that. They don't have weird sexual perversions like that. They don't talk or think or act like that. That doesn't come up in their fucking lives, but that guy shoves that shitty stick covered in shit right up under their fucking nose like it's his business to do so. It's not. It's their lives.
The officer that's helping her with catching the stalker. She even tells...
So they go to battle with them, and everybody's always surprised that they don't just lie down or whatever, but no, the family goes to battle with them. Like, I had a fucking, like, when we were swatted, my stepfather and my stepfather's brother and I stood outside of my fucking stepfather's brother's house, and we had to make this. Woo, what are you doing? You're just dumb or what? Hi, Memba. Low IQ, I see. The Tendremic guard is leading a horse? No, the horse is walking in somewhere slowly. And it really looks like the guard is leading the horse right now for some reason. Tendremic guard and Balder. Why is the horse following the guard? Is he guarding the guard? I don't understand. Yeah, I've been chopping trees all day. What of it? I'm full of wood. What?
him, like, she has folders. She's presenting all
Yeah,
the
like that. I have folders.
she's-
I have evidence of every time they ever showed up, every time they ever were stupid and left a fucking paper trail. Because that's what fucking average normal people do. That's like what they do when they're attacked by bad actors like this. Because they're not thinking about this. They're not until it happens anyway. They're not thinking about suddenly defending themselves against some crazy bad actor. They're trotting along in their fucking little muggle lives. They're not thinking about this shit. And they shouldn't have to think about shit like this. This is just violence in a country that has lost its values, that thinks that this sort of stuff is just normal. This shit isn't normal. Fucking, Johnny Average and June Average living in Boulder or whatever the fuck are just trying to live their nice, like blessed, like middle-class lives, and suddenly it's that movie Fear with Mark Wahlberg. No. Nobody likes Fear with Mark Wahlberg. I mean, it was a good movie, but it was like, but nobody likes the guy from in Fear. Nobody likes the obsessed stalker guy from Swim Fan or whatever. Nobody likes that shit. And it's all a cautionary tale until the guy like that, until the members of our society that act like that act out again.
He's telling him, I know the whole point is to freak me out. So.
Yeah. So what's the response? If you show fear at all, that's how I felt, is if I show fear to these people at all, they will just walk away. It's just like kind of negotiating with a terrorist, basically. If you give them anything at all, they just come back 5 minutes later and tell you, now I'm asking you for twice what I asked you last time. That's the truth about negotiating with terrorists. They just see what your weakness is, and then they just are like, well, you gave me something, so it's obvious who has the power here. Now you're gonna have to give me more. And that's how negotiating with terrorists works. So I had this ideal about not showing them fear, but it's actually a more intelligent plan is to not show them anything at all,
I'm trying to...
Even this conversation right now is provocative towards weird, shitty, obsessed people who can't get over their obsession and stuff. Even this conversation is provocative, but I mean, I'm just, again, living my life, doing my stream, providing content on a random video that I dialed up that just happened to have a stalker in it. It's not like I went there to go start talking shit about somebody. It just came up, and now I'm done talking about it.
You keep that in mind.
So she's like logging all of these. So the police saying there's nothing they could do about this?
The police have put out...
The police, we always think of them as like guardians, but they're not guardians. They're there to punish somebody after they fuck up so bad that they catch the bracelets. That's their job, punish. Not you'll see protect and serve. It's a polite lie on the side of their cars. They'll say protect and serve, but no, they will not stand outside of your fucking front door and guard you like some stalwart protector, like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator 2. He stands out there in the office window, in the gas station window, and he watches with a shotgun over his shoulder, and he never sleeps and he never stops, and he scans left and right. And if somebody tries to make an attempt on the gas station, he's not asleep, he's not drunk, he's not tired. He just shows up with a shotgun and blasts whoever the fuck that is in the fucking face in under a second. That's his job. He's a Terminator. We love that idea. An actual guard dog that actually is efficient, that will never fall asleep, that will stop the threat no matter what it is. That's why that was the whole concept behind Terminator and all that stuff. Truth is, we don't have that in the fucking real world. In the real world, the rapist rapes you and the cops show up 25 minutes later and take a statement. Then they go punish the rapist if they can find the rapist. That's how the actual fucking shit works. It's never like, oh, the cops were there and they stopped it. It's never like that. It's like you were victimized by the fucking criminal and now they're taking a statement from you so they can go punish that person. But that's an aspect of the law that I think average Americans don't really think about, is that they don't protect and serve anybody but themselves. They will punish people. That's their fucking job. The same is true of CCP, what's it called? In EVE Online, they're called Concord, right? Concord is not your fucking friend. So many pilots think that Concord is there to show up and defend your ass before somebody gets a killing blow on you. I don't know where I don't know where our narrow view of that comes from, but I had it too till I was disabused of the notion by both real life cops and Concord. They're not there to help you. They don't care that you die. They do care because if they're humans, they care. They want their community to thrive, so they care if you die or not. They do, and they will stop somebody from trying to kill you if they can get there in time. The problem is their whole system doesn't work on getting there in time. Their system works on taking a statement and going and putting the bracelets on somebody and then bringing that somebody to the district attorney. That's what their job is. I used to not really understand what their job was. I used to think it was like, oh, they ride through my neighborhood and they've got that plaque on the side of their car that says protect and serve, and they're there to prevent people from doing bad stuff. No, they will. You'd be surprised how often they will stand right there and they will bear witness to something fucking terrible. I've seen them do it before, and they'll do nothing because they are constrained by their jobs to do nothing. You know, you'd be surprised. Sometimes I get afraid that you could be standing next to a police officer, and until the killing blow or the first weapon swing or the first punch is thrown, an assault is committed, the cop has to stand there and wait for that person to actually commit a crime. They can see you flexing your muscles right in the guy's face, ready to punch him in the face, but they can't go in there to stop you. They can't restrain you. They can, as human beings. The system will not prevent them from coming and restraining you if it looks like you're about to publicly hurt somebody. But that's not their job. Their job is to show up and put the bracelets on the person that the victim reported. That's what their actual job is. You'd be surprised how often they'll just stand there and do nothing because they're completely, bound by the ethics and codes and principles of their job. And I like that about them, but I also don't expect a lot from them. It's not a surprise to us when they kill Ahmaud Arbery or fucking, George Floyd or any of that stuff. It's not a surprise when they do that because they have so much bullshit to deal with in their job that they kind of punish first and ask questions later. They're like, oh, somebody to punish. He's obviously breaking the law, so let's go punish him. And that's their job. And I don't know if we should disabuse them of this notion. I think it's actually kind of Robert's Rules of Policing done correctly. If they believe that their job is to punish people, at least we're getting something out of them. Otherwise, they would just be actively working against their community. I'm gonna get into my email here. Give me just a second. I'm farting. 136370. Okay, there we are. We're in, get in, and okay, so I don't know. Like I've had 3 or 4. I think it's now 4. I had one guy dox me. I had the guy who threatened my ex-girlfriend and threatened to kill her and then made an attempt on my life. I've got the stream sniper trio that swatted me. And then I've got another guy, an old friend. And I've got a girl that I used to date who I don't think likes me, but I don't think she's a stalker in any way or form. I don't think she's like that. Could be her. I'm that person who doesn't believe in coincidence, so it could be her, but I don't think so. I mean, maybe she did like me that much to have that sort of sick obsession, but I don't think she has that kind of time, frankly. I think she's a middle-class lady that's always worked for her dime, and I don't think maybe I'm her pet project in the background, but I don't think so. I don't think she's got the kind of time to do something like this. And so, yeah, when you look at it, that's like 5 or 6 fucking entities. Some of them might even be multiple people. We don't know if the 3, honestly don't know if the other monkeys that roll with the stream sniper are even real people. They could be bots. It's that insane. I don't think they are. I think they're real people because they use weird names and stuff, and they walk around and you can tell a human being is operating that keyboard and stuff. But I can't prove that. I'm not looking at them while they play the game over their shoulder in their house as they look at the computer. So a smart man doesn't make that assumption. You don't know what you're seeing. Smart man doesn't make that assumption. I don't know those people. They've never spoke. They've never actually communicated with me. They only just follow that clown around and do whatever he says or whatever. So I don't know what they are. To me, they're just carbon copies, essentially, of him. They're just like clones of him because they don't have personalities of their own. And that's fucking weird, and it's provocative to talk about them like this. But they did shit like swat me. I don't fucking care. If I show fear to them, they didn't win. They won, They, like, if I show fear to them, they win. If I don't, then I win. It's that that sort of bully mechanic, zero-sum games, fucking stupid. Eventually, I'm sure there's a healthy respect on both sides for each other, because I don't capitulate, neither do they. You know? So eventually I'm just like, well, I've got an adversary sitting across from the chessboard in this game I never asked for, in this game that I don't want to play, for stakes that don't matter. You know, it's sort of crazy. And it's just like, no, go play chess with somebody who actually wants to play chess. It's fucking stupid, you know? Go pick somebody who actually wants this kind of interest.
For these cell phone companies to get extra data, but these cell phone companies,
I had to do that. I had to subpoena, well, I didn't subpoena, but I got the cell phone company to cooperate with my local police liaison, because he's actually an elevated police liaison who can call the cell phone company and verify that they need a trace. And I did that shit. I did that shit for both the feds and the fucking police. I asked my cell phone company to trace the call.
they're very sensitive about giving out any sort of information until it's
one day I had to sit there for, it was like 8 hours. I had to sit there for fucking 8 hours, and I contacted the feds like 4 times. It was like 4 days after the swatting episode, because I was also scared that it was just going to escalate from there, and each day it was going to get worse. So I was more waiting for the next shoe to drop than I was like actually dealing with the last shoe to drop. So I waited like 4 days, but then 4 days in, I just sat there before I started work, and I filed all the evidence I had. I took all the screenshots I'd ever taken. I sent the whole file. I contacted the police liaison, had him come out to our house and talk to my parents and stuff. We built a battle plan. He told me what they would do and how and when, and yeah, they kept their promise. I would say they weren't successful, but they kept their promise, and that's how police works. They may not catch their guy, you know. So I've been through this whole situation that this family has been through, and I think the real mistake was the minute that you do the call to arms and you're like, we're under threat, we're under siege, let's all learn to shoot guns and pay attention to the guy who's bullying us just to see how much attention we pay them. I think like any class clown bully, if you just don't recognize them in the first place at all, I think you don't aggro them. Now I can't, there's no law that says that that's true. It might even be like kind of a false assumption to make. Maybe it's completely the opposite direction. Maybe it's the opposite is completely true. And that if you just ignore them, that's like the most sure way to eviscerate them. We don't know. They're psychos that just fly off the handle, and you don't know what provokes them. So you walk on eggshells or you don't, one or the other. And I think showing fear is the first major thing you can't do at all. You can show concern, like, well, yeah, swatting sucked. You know, getting swatted, you know, it sucked. You can show concern, and you can show threats, and you can be like, I'm not taking this sitting down. You can show anger and rage and wrath if you want. But what you can't do is pay attention to them more. And that's something I didn't do. I waited for them to show up again over and over and over again until they just got bored of it. And I was just like, well, or I just went to places where they can't go. You know, one of the things that's kind of funny about faction warfare and EVE Online is each site that I enter has a class of ships that can enter it, and I'm only doing frigate sites. So all like 9/10 of the bullies in the game, they can't come in. They can knock on the door, but they can't come in. They full-blown can't. They are not allowed by the developer to come in and try and bully the toddler. It's sort of like the heavyweight isn't allowed to go to the boxing gym and start a fight with the welterweight, which is the guy that's like under like the lightweight or whatever. They're like the skinniest guy in there. They got flat ass and no boobs because they're just, you know, whatever. They're like, you know, they're really skinny. And yeah, the welterweight it has his own weight class because like heavyweight champions like Evander Holyfield, who have 240 pounds on that guy, they don't come in and one shot him, you know, and kill his ass right there in the boxing ring and stuff. And we had these rules in fact warfare too, where it's like, no, a fucking, you know, frigate should not get killed by a battleship, you know? It's just not really right. It's bullying toddlers. The same old PvP bullshit that makes me hate the scene in the first place. So, and I love that because it's like, it assures that if a bully wants to come harass you, they've got to be in the same weight class as you. The big bullies can't come find you, like WoW or Rust or whatever. I would say I basically aggroed large clan rust bullies who needed me to know that they were large clan rust bullies for some reason. Not that I care. I still don't give a flying fuck about that. But I would say I aggroed large clan rust bullies who make it their fucking life's career to make other people's lives miserable or whatever. And honestly, I can respect that game if they get joy out of if that fecal heart of theirs and that fecal soul experiences joy from trolling and treating people badly like bad actors all of their lives. Okay, more power to you. At least there's a reason that you're doing what you're doing. I actually can kind of understand it. It's like, do you get joy out of this? Because if you do, then you're just playing the game with your sub like everybody else, I guess. The swatting was unacceptable and the bullying's unacceptable, but but it's still them sort of paying for their subs and doing what they want to do with their freedom. I can't really stop that shit. The threats are unacceptable, but but it's the internet. You can't actually stop anybody from doing anything. I never tried. I've never said stop it, have I? I think I probably said it a couple times, but I never said it like relentlessly, like some kind of broken record, like stop it now, stop it now. I don't bother trying to tell them that because I know that that's just going to cause them to do it more. They're like the reverse psychology idiots. They like, if you tell them to do something, that's the one thing they're not going to do. So you just, so you just don't fight them. You don't have to acknowledge them. I can acknowledge them like this because it's good content for the fucking stream and it does feed and put butts in the seats. And I make money that way. I do make money off that. Like my family makes money off that. You know what I'm saying? So I do it. It's drama. It's called selling the drama. I knew coming into it that streamer was selling the drama. And I knew that I have more drama in my heart and soul than most of these fucking people combined. So I just take each fight as it comes up. Because I'm not anti-drama. I don't like telling people what to do. I don't tell people to stop. I just don't acknowledge them to the point where they don't, they get so bored they stop. That's the fastest way to get a bully out of your fucking orbit. Just stop paying attention to it and keep living your life. They say, I had to learn this, and it's from, I believe, the Count of Monte Cristo. There's a very famous quote, "The best revenge is living well." You might think it's, oh, I'm going to stab him in the neck like he threatened to do my mother or whatever, right? Oh, I'm going to fucking actually do to him what he used to threaten to do to me. You might think that that's the best revenge. No, it's living well, getting better, losing weight, smiling, getting happier, crawling your way up out of the gutter, getting better, moving on. And then eventually the person is so far beneath you that you don't give a flying fuck what some ghetto, what some ghetto sewer rat king shitter goblin thought 50 years ago. You don't care about that. You graduated, you moved on with your life. They didn't. They got stuck in the same old king shitter pool, the fucking skibbity toilet. They get stuck in the skibbity toilet for years and years and years. And you're better than them because they get stuck there forever. And so I don't care about provoking them. My main thing is, should we maybe profit off of it? I think I can, so I do.
Is it like a known caller or is it a fake number?
Yeah, it's like text.
I talked about it further because I had more to say, but it was all sort of repeating myself about like battle plans that you might have if you ever face like a fixated stalker. And how I know to deal with this, you might think, Skycat, you've never had this before besides the man who tried to kill you when you were like 40 years old, but you never had any training before that. Well, yes, I did, because I always dated really, really beautiful women who got these type of men in their orbits. Always. I always dated really beautiful women who get these kind of stalkers in their orbits for some reason. I watched them battle with it. I helped them battle a lot of their stalkers and stuff. I helped them get away from these people sometimes. I busted Cloud Candy out of so many different fucking bad situations and stuff like that because she was my best friend and all this. And I do this because I know the crazy stalker types that fixate on people like Cloud Candy. I just know because I've seen it before. People like my ex H or people like my ex M. She had a crazy stalker. One of my best friends was raped and murdered by a crazy stalker type, and they busted his ass like 7 minutes later. He didn't even make it down the road. They busted his ass like they told me, they made a point about it at the funeral. They're like, this guy was brought to justice in less than an hour. When that happens, It's so rare, especially with mountain cops up in the fucking mountain. It was a park ranger, and the park ranger discovered the murder and busted the guy like 7 minutes later. He just drove his ass down the road, followed the tracks, and busted the guy. The guy was not even 7 minutes down the road or whatever it was, and he was on foot, and the park ranger fucking busted his ass. He was on his way back to some camp or something, and the park ranger busted his ass within an hour. And that's what you want to hear from police, right? Is that they punish the guy who did this. You don't want to hear he's out in the woods stalking some killer guy, because that kind of turns him into the killer guy. You want to hear he brought that guy to justice and punished them. That's what you want to hear from them. That's all I wanted to say.
Now numbers, where you can generate like a Google number.
Right.
And then
My stomach is very upset for some reason.
and if you give a warrant to Google, they're gonna stall until maybe somebody's dead.
Yeah.
Then you can get an expedited warrant to catch a killer. But at that point, it's kind of too late.
Yeah, but see how they're about punishing if you have the person red-handed, but actually bringing the person to justice, I'm not sure they care about that very much. They need a slam dunk case or they won't fuck with it. It's like this too. It's unfortunate, but they need a slam dunk case that's airtight or they won't fuck with it. They won't waste their time. There's billions of crimes, but only millions of cops, right? So they just don't have the time a lot of the time to go chasing windmills. You know, they don't have that. They don't have that complex if they're good cops. Sometimes you get crusader cops, but we don't really respect them, really.
An interview with the police, Daniel is just saying like,
I went to the grocery store briefly on Tuesday, and someone behind me dropped a can.
And you thought it was somebody taking a shot at you in broad daylight. I can relate. I thought about that too. Every time I go out my fucking door, I think about the Magnificent Seven or whatever of the 7 people or so that might be gunning for me or whatever it is. And I'm like, well, they might be standing outside on the other side of the door. Some of them do like Russ. What's to stop them from door camping me, essentially? Fucking insane. And I think about that every time I leave the house. I think that's what they want me to feel. So I acknowledge it and I tell them, and I try not to antagonize them. And I let them know that, yes, I do feel that fear, and I do have that irrational fear, and yes, you were successful in your fear-mongering campaign. I would prefer if you just got bored and gave up on it and go harass somebody else,
So what am I doing?
Yes, I do feel fear when I walk out my front door every single fucking time. Yes, I do crave methamphetamine every minute of every day, of every hour, of every week, of every month, of every year for the rest of my fucking life. Yes, I crave heroin every minute of every day, of every hour, of every week, of every fucking month, of every year, for the rest of my fucking life. Decades, you understand? Decades of it. Yes, I have these afflictions. I can't walk out my front door without assuming a real life person is out there with a shotgun ready to one-shot me. I can't, it's just too close to the games that I used to play. It's fucking shitty. It's stupid. It's one of the reasons why I dislike Rust so much. It's too paranoid. And then, and then I don't know. And then I assume that poverty is just the norm in this current era, and all this, and I can't get out of it.
I'm panicking, and I'm doing
and I just assume that can happen. When it doesn't happen, I'm pleasantly surprised, but I'm very surprised when it doesn't.
job, protecting my wife.
So I keep a taser by the fucking door. I keep bear mace by the fucking door. If they're there with a shotgun, I figure they've got to go pulling for that trigger for about the same amount of time as I've got to go digging for my bear mace. So I slam the door. I go jumping back and I fucking grab my bear mace and I try to lay them out on the fucking front door just like I would in Rust. I'm not afraid of it. I'm waiting for the moment. I'm ready for it if it happens. The taser's there. The bear mace is there. The guns are there. The early warning is there. All that stuff is there so I can sleep. So I can fucking sleep. I have no reason to fear people like this. I've never crossed any of them like this, I've talked shit about them on my stream. That's it. I don't think that's good enough reason for like a 2 viewership stream if I talk shit about them. I don't think so. It's not a good enough reason. So I live righteously assuming that the bad action will never actually truly happen because I never ever do anything like that to them. I may have sicked the fucking feds and cops on them, but that's to be expected when you fucking swat somebody. Try not doing that. Try not talking to the cops after you've been swatted. I didn't want to talk to the cops. I told them, I was like, I'm very worried that even speaking to you may not be the proper play here. I said that to them as they initially started talking to me. I told them, I was like, I am very concerned that even speaking, I'm not sure that somebody isn't watching me right now. And I told them, I was like, I'm very concerned that even speaking to you might not be the right play. And they're like, you're in a bad situation, aren't you? And I'm like, yeah. And that's That's how I pulled a good neighborhood liaison. Like I believe he's a lieutenant. Yeah, he's a lieutenant. I pulled a lieutenant. You know, I don't know. I was just honest about it. I didn't go looking for this problem. His job is to actually stop people like what happened to me. So he took an interest.
It just seems-
Our town is far too small. I feel sometimes like that is a Crusader cop in some ways, and it did benefit me. I'm glad that he cared enough to be like that, you know?
Seems like
for one of the things I can do is I can speak with confidence that I did turn in every last bit of evidence that I got from these people, at least for the first 2 years while the feds were actively hunting them. I turned in every last bit of evidence that they left. You know, I feel very, very safe in that respect, in the respect that should I ever face them in court, it's a slam dunk case. Cops like that, so the cops are inclined to help me. They know this is a slam dunk case. The guy called me, this happened to me twice. The first guy who went to prison, I called 911 and he showed up with a circular saw and he sawed through the fucking front door and tried to kill me while I was on the phone with 911. That's the exact same shit that happened the first time the stalker actually acted out and made like a vocal threat against me. I just called up 911 and I was like, listen to this. I muted it so they couldn't hear what I was doing. And I was just like, listen to this stupid shit. And the motherfucker screamed at me for an hour. And the 911 operator is like, sir, it is very clear that you have an issue with this person. And we are listening. And there's nothing we can do about this. We've tried to trace the call. And it's some VPN number or something, text now number or whatever it is. And they're like, we can't do much for you here. But we are listening. And we see that this is happening to you. And I was like, yeah, it's crazy. And then they swatted me.
This whole family is falling apart because of this stalker.
Yeah, no, you're supposed to fall apart. That's the weakness that you can't show. That's what they want. If you start doing that, they see that you're weak and they stick around and they look for low-hanging fruit, take advantage, take opportunity on you situations. And you don't want that. You don't ever want them feeling like they've got any kind of actual play here that won't end them in federal prison.
Christine, on the other hand, she's not putting up with this. She's ready to go to war.
Yeah, like, right. And then the woman ends up being stronger than the man. I've seen that in my personal life before, too.
Her safety.
My friend A is so much stronger than all the thug-ass, tough-ass, but not tough, not tough-ass, fucking gangster-ass people that she keeps around her, right? But they're not tough. She's actually tough. She doesn't ever bow down. She doesn't ever kowtow. She taught me very well. She's like, no, all these people make threats and all these people say crazy things and all these people will try to manipulate you or rip you off or try to sell you bad dope or all this other shit. And she's like, if you ever pay attention to any of it, they will just continue doing it to you. You cannot show that you've ever been phased. And I was like, and that's why they always depict drug dealers as being stone-faced, like the big kingpin ones. They're always stone-faced. They don't ever smile or frown because that would be an acknowledgement of some kind.
She should. She gets the meeting with Martinez.
And that's what I built. I mean, I built that when I walked the walk and I talked the talk. I got away with it.
Says she came into the interview room and just kind of took over and just told me everything. Like this.
Yeah, she was like, I've been in battle with this motherfucker. That's how my situation with the feds and the cops were. They were like, we can see that you are ready to do battle with this person. I was like, I'm not ready to do battle. I would prefer if I never ever heard from them ever again. And to be fair, it has been, I think, like 4 months since I've seen them. And I do count this sometimes in their favor. Sometimes I think that they're getting over the obsession because they don't show for like months on end, but I can't tell if that's a server ban, a lack of interest, getting bored, or maybe they're in jail. Do you understand? That's how crazy it goes. Are they in jail now? Because I haven't seen them in 4 months. Maybe my guys busted these guys and they're in prison and I'll never find out about it. That happens too. You'll find out 20 years later that the feds did bust some guy that you were having some entanglement, some fighting words with or whatever, and did get him off the street, but it wasn't because of you, right? They catch them on something else. And that I always suspected that's what I would get in this case. I figured that I wasn't the only one they were doing this to, and they would get busted for that before they got busted with me. And that's a real verifiable thing that happens. Sometimes I wonder if I haven't seen them for months is because they did federal prison time of some sort. Sometimes I get worried it's like that. So I just don't think about them or talk about them unless it comes up naturally on the fucking stream, because that is some form of acknowledgement. But I mean, I show the acknowledgement because if I didn't, it would be showing fear. I can't show fear to these fucking idiots. I'll blast you in the fucking face if I have to. I don't care.
is what's happening. She's bringing out papers, files, documents.
My life isn't worth defending like that. My life is worth $5. So yeah, I'm going to blast you if you fucking fuck with me. My life isn't worth $5. I don't even think I have $5 in my bank account. I don't have $5 right now on, you know, on 3/24/26. I don't have $5. My life isn't worth $5 cash. So yeah, so you coming to my door to door kick me in real life, that's just not really appropriate. It's not appropriate to who I am or what I represent or whatever. So yeah, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to fucking blast anybody who fucks with me like that. Because it's like, yeah, my life isn't worth anything. So what were they doing here? Why were they bullying me?
She got a full-blown report.
I don't like this shit. It feels like they fucking martyr me. Like they get, it's not my choice, it's theirs. They essentially martyr me to some weird thing because I know that my life isn't even worth the bullet that they might fire at me. So I'm gonna fight. You understand? I'm gonna fight to the tooth and nail and death. You know, I've lived my life like that since I was a drug dealer. I'm going to fucking fight till the last fucking blow. I mean, it sucks, but it is the actual reality. And I'll tell anybody who ever fucks with me, I've never harmed a living being. So better pray you're not the first one that I ever break my rule for. Because I'm looking forward to breaking the bone of everybody who's ever fucked with me. You understand?
PI.
Every last bone of every last person who's ever fucked with me. I'm looking forward to breaking them. I live my life under the assumption that I might get the chance too. I'm living my life under the assumption that I might get that chance. And I'm not trapped in here waiting for them to come get me. They're trapped out there forced to come in after me. You know, it's like that thing in fucking The Watchmen where he's like, I'm not in this prison with you. You're in here with me. It's like that situation. If you show fear to them at all, they will just walk all over you.
First message saying
that's exactly what these people did when they saw the fear response that these muggles gave to them. They just started a crazy campaign, a crazy fear campaign.
This is from Anthony,
like the Republicans.
That's the first person of interest. And
yes. And she got a PI to track all of his addresses, all of his associated phone numbers, but they keep moving from different parts of the state. She's handing this all to the police, all of this. And she's like, this is my ex-boyfriend from high school. This is his name. I think this is his current address. Officer Martinez opted not to go talk to Anthony because his problem was there's not enough to arrest him. So if they go and talk to him without arresting him, that could set
Look, see exactly what I said about punishment, right? They want to go punish somebody, but they need reason. Then it's called, there's a word for it. It's called plausible or probable cause, or plausibility is another way to say it on the legal side of it, but it's got to be plausible or probable that there was cause to do what you did. If you didn't have cause to harm somebody, then you will face charges. And so, you know, and so the language is something that I understand.
Okay.
So else? They need to gather more.
Yeah, so the cop can't just go take, and honestly, this drug dealers do this. I did it. They'll use the cops, they'll finger somebody, and they'll use the cops like some kind of assassination tool. I tried to do that once in my career. I tried to get rid of a rapist that I didn't like in my fucking community, and I turned his ass into fucking DPD. They're like, you fucking idiot, this guy's out there in fucking Aurora. We can't do anything about this. He's out of jurisdiction. Get the fuck out of our car. Enjoy your fucking full time for your full charge. We're not giving you anything. That's what they said verbatim. I'll never forget it. It was the coldest, hardest thing anybody had ever said to me. They were like, nah, this guy's out of jurisdiction. You're a fucking ass clown. Get the fuck out of our car. You wasted our time. Get out of here, shitbird. That's what they said. They're like, get out of here. And they were like, get out. And I was like, okay. And they took the fucking contract. They tore it up right in front of me. And they're like, you wasted our fucking time. Get the fuck out of here. And I was like, I'm sorry. I thought you might want to go bust a rapist. And they were like, not out of jurisdiction. No. And I was like, oh, okay. You deal with so many rapists that you don't want to go stop every single one that you know about. And they're like, yes.
They need to wait for these.
I mean, I didn't say it, but that's the assumption, is they deal with so many fucking rapists that one out of jurisdiction is unacceptable to them. And I understand that, but it still sucks. I could have used their help with that.
Phone companies to come in.
That rapist, I believe he's still alive too. I think he's still out there too. And I think about that all the time when I think of police and I call them pigs.
With the data to having.
But jurisdiction was this maritime law thing that we started that we never should have started, that seriously fucks up everything that the police do. The police should be able to cross the lines if there's a terrible rapist in our community, or at least go notify that county. Oh, it's the same guy. He's in the Imperial Navy Slicer. He came back to get this one, huh? Yeah. You come back to get this? Yeah, you come back to get this. Bangla, Boston at 31 km. Get me out of here. Oh, God. Yep. Nice. Good fight.
Evidence to arrest him. So Officer Martinez...
I'm up so much money today, it really doesn't matter. I'm up like 160 divided by like 30% or something. So what is that? It's like 110 something. I'm up 110 million. I lost a 30 million VNI and 7 million Tristans. So was that? That's like 45 million out of the 110 million that I made today. So it's okay. The losses are actually acceptable in the farmer meta. It's the farmer meta where if you can afford the losses, you can just go out there and make money. And that's what I'm doing. So we go right the fuck back out there. That guy, I should have left, but I mean, I wasn't ready to leave, so I lost the ship. I'm learning to just be ready to just click a button, you know? Okay, ensure. This guy keeps coming back, though, and I don't like it when they return to the scene of the crime. I think that's bad actor behavior. But, I mean, you know, that's who these shitheads are, both online and in the real world. Bullies. Honorless scum. They'll come back and triple bang you because they know that you're the low-hanging fruit that they can actually reach. It's so dumb. I can't stand actual human behavior. It's mostly scumbaggery. Most of it. Mostly. So, here we go. But scumbag will be scumbag. I better block this guy. I don't like the way he's acting. So, fuck this fucking loser. Fuck him and his stupid ass. Block him. Yeah. And, there we go. Got to keep the bad actors away. All right, keeping the bad actors away from me. How many people will I block today?
Martinez is like, I mean, I could go talk to him, but if I don't have that evidence,
yeah,
I can't arrest him.
Yeah, and then if they're out of jurisdiction, the criminal goes, but you're not even Aurora cops. And the cops go, oh, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess we don't have any sway over you.
So we don't know.
And their complaint about jurisdiction was valid.
He's going to do after we stop talking to him.
I wish I could have gone further with it, but they didn't even leave me that resource. They're like, no, you're a waste of time. Get out of our car. They wouldn't even talk with me further. I was like, well, can I go get him out of my scene by lighting up his jurisdiction? They're like, do whatever the fuck you want to do, dude. Get out of our car.
Because that they only have a message saying that's...
They were not helpful because they're only looking to punish. That's it.
His name, but there's not evidence linking it to his number.
Yeah. So they have a message saying, hi, it's Anthony, and then all these crazy messages. And then a PI who separately finds Anthony's home address. Right. There's no evidence to say that that is Anthony. Anyone could send a message and say, hey, it's Stephanie Sue, but like, you have no evidence.
Yeah, he does not have probable PC. It's called probable cause. Without Anthony's DNA on the fucking letter, they can't go looking for him.
Stephanie Sue, right? So he's like, I could go talk to him, but if it is Anthony, that could set him off. Right. Like, he could go crazy after that, and I don't know if that's a good risk. Do I agree with that kind of sentiment? I don't know, but that's how the laws
That's how they look.
I would say
that's how they
blame
feel.
The laws more than Officer Martinez.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm too personally invested. There's a lot of body cam footage, and there's a lot of footage of people, family members, rightfully initially being upset with Officer Martinez, but later, all of Christiel's family have come out, and it seems like Officer Martinez took it very hard. So we'll get into it, but. Because the way the laws are set up, it's not like Martinez doesn't want to go and talk to him. It's not like he's being lazy. It's more so
that, yeah, every lawyer that the cop meets will be like, where's your probable cause? Where's your probable cause? You'll see it on procedurals all the time. You don't have PC. You don't have PC to go fuck with that guy. I don't care how evil he is until you have a reason to actually enter his home and put the bracelets on. You don't have a reason. And that's how that's the order. That is the difference between us and the dung beetles. That and the fact that we bury our dead is that, yes, if you do commit a crime, somebody will report you, and then the police will come and throw the shackles on you. That's the one thing that separates us from the fucking animals. That and the thumbs and the fact that we bury our dead.
I can't even arrest the guy.
And I keep trying to remind myself this is intending to be terrible. This is intending to scare me. So like I'm like, take it back. Yeah.
Christelle tells her family
Oh,
members,
that's a lot of bad
it's
dudes.
either going to be me or him that's
For some
dead.
reason.
And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure it's not me. If this were a fictional story, which it's not, and again, the only reason we're comparing it to one is because there's somebody in this case that thinks that this is going to play out just like the movies, is going to be this theatrical, beautiful, cinematic ending, and it's not. But Act 3 is the resolution. It's typically where everything collides together, the clues start clicking into place, the story's central question is answered, usually who did it and why. At the Krug house, backup officers, paramedics have all arrived, but it is too late for Christelle Krug. She's dead. She's been killed. Someone stabbed her in the heart in her own garage.
What?
One by one, all the family members.
Oh
but
my
it
God.
is too late for Christelle Krug house. Story's central question is answered, usually who did it and why. At the Krug house, backup officers, paramedics have all arrived, but it is too late for Christelle Krug. She's dead. She's been killed. Someone stabbed her in the heart in her own garage.
That's what happened.
One by one, all the family members are arriving to the house. Christelle's mother was the one that saw when the garage first opened.
That was her own mom outside?
Yeah, that was Christelle's mother, and she is now being comforted on the street by the neighbor in the puffer coat. Nobody knows if Christelle is dead yet. The officers don't want to tell the family members until everybody's gathered. Christelle's dad, Lars, arrives. Christelle's brother, Lars Jr., arrives. Her sister-in-law, Kate, arrives. The last person that they need to wait for is Christelle's husband, Daniel. Thankfully, all the kids are in school. The police don't want to tell anyone until they're all gathered. Daniel's the last to arrive, and he parks further away because there's cop cars.
Why did you kill Christelle? You're in jail now, huh, asshole? Or you're dead, one or the other. Dead or in jail. This is what I avoided all my life, being dead or in jail.
Surrounding the house, he runs up to the cops. They're telling him, back up. Under no circumstances are you going into that garage right now.
My house. Hey, stay back, stay back, stay back, stay back. This is my house.
He freaks out. They tell him family's on the side. He books it to the family. Nobody's giving him information. Finally, an officer walks over and lets them know that she's gone. Daniel's on the ground. He's on his knees. He's sobbing. Even Christelle's mom is comforting him because there's just a lot of guilt coming in. Daniel is hyperventilating, saying things like, I didn't protect her. I was supposed to protect her.
I was supposed to protect her.
Christelle's autopsy states that she was attacked from behind with a blunt object, bludgeoned in the head, rolled over before being stabbed in the heart. All everyone knows is, unless the police catch this guy, Daniel Krug is probably next. And if this were a fictional story, if this played out like the movies, this is where the resolution would come in. They would all find the guy, Anthony, the guy that's texting and stalking Christelle. They would arrest him and all the questions would get answered.
But the real world's not like that. The real world doesn't work in sense of justice. God has this funny sense of humor. God, life is what happens when you're making plans, is the best cliche I can think of.
Bad guy. He'll get what's coming to him. The story isn't happy at the end because how is it going to be happy? But you get to see Anthony rot in jail. But this is not like the movies or the books. I mean, this is real life. It never happens that way. Through the body cam footage of the officers at the Krug's house, there's this one part where all the officers are pulled to the side, away from the family members, away from the neighbors. And one of the officers tells the others,
yeah, I don't know the backstory. Husband said there was a dude who's been stalking her and threatened to kidnap her.
Where's this
and
dude
Martinez
from?
was involved, and Martinez just said, hey, this is a
Jim
big
or
old...
something?
I don't know, dude. I don't know the history on that part. Martinez does, though, and he said he's coming in. So, like I told him, you can see if Butler needs photos with this big old house. Other than that, we're just kind of securing the scene and waiting for detectives, you know?
they all point to the
Yeah, the detectives are a bit more equipped to do this.
blue piece of tape. So over the Google Nest.
The detectives don't have average B-cop problems. They can actually dedicate to a case. And that's why they're so revered in our culture. They have the time to deal with the problem and actually stop the person. You know, these cops, they don't have the time. They've got cases up the fucking ass. Just like public defenders. They don't have the time. They deal with the mass public. It's not their job to go chase fucking Moriarty. That's detectives. And we've always really liked them.
Camera on the front door. There's blue piece of tape covering the camera.
It's like a Ring camera, right?
Yeah, and they just covered someone came and covered it with blue
That's rather brazen.
tape. And the cop is like, did you do that? The guy's like, no. So they're like, that's interesting.
Like branches are hitting my roof, I guess. Yeah, the branches are being blown off the trees and they're loud. I need to check on my cat. Cat? She's a kitty cat. Meow, 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 meow. Cat. You're a kitty cat. Would you like to come in? Would you like to come in? Sissy. No? You're out there, huh? Alright. Or are you in here? I don't know where you are. Sleeping? So if you get Pokimane or Hassan Piker famous, and if you get famous like Pokimane or Hassan Piker or Amaranth or one of those, or Mr. Beast, you get stalker after stalker after stalker after stalker after stalker after stalker after stalker for years and years and years and years. They don't talk about it because it's provocative to the stalkers, right? But I mean, I don't have that issue. I blocked the chat. I don't want their fame and clout. I don't care about that. I'm not here to beg or take people's money. I'm here to just do a career and be myself and have fun. And that's another thing about it. Like I honestly I've always had a crippling fear of success, and I had that with my job a great deal. I don't want to be successful in this job, and I will be fucking honest about it. I think everybody on the planet does want to be successful with this job so they don't have to do anything else. But for me, success with this job means stalker after stalker after stalker after stalker after stalker after stalker for no good reason at all. Maybe for your political views or who you're sleeping with or what you did on stream or that they're obsessed with you like the bodyguard or whatever it is. But I mean, that's the side of the job that I don't like and I don't want and I'm not interested in. I don't care about clout. I don't care about calling some idiot a blank blank or whatever right on my stream. I don't care about that. Whatever it is, they're just another talented so-and-so. But, etc. I don't want the kind of interest that somebody like Rotten Mango has with 6 million subs. I don't want it because along with it comes the trappings of being in the public's eye. And that stuff isn't fun. I'm seeing it more and more and more that, yeah, the money's fun for your fucking family, but is it good for you? Like, is fame good for almost anybody on the planet? I don't really think it is. I think it's good for their families. I don't think it's good for whoever the person is who's famous. I don't think it is.
It's really interesting. The officer that first arrived at the
Yeah, he's like weird. He's like, now when I think of blue tape I'll tell you my thoughts as an amateur armchair detective. When I think of blue painter's tape, I think the first place that I would think of for the origin of the tape would be the house. Now, this indicates that somebody in the house has interfered outwards, and he doesn't like it, and I don't think either. Now, that's what I'm thinking. I might be way the fuck off, though, but when I think painter's tape, I don't think the burglar brought painter's tape in his car and committed like essentially premeditation to murder, and then slapped some painter's tape on the fucking on the doorbell ringer camera. I think it's the dash cam or whatever. I think it's more that somebody from the inside could only find painter's tape, so they used painter's tape. You know, because painter's tape is far more likely to come from inside the house than it is outside. Though painter's tape is so fucking common. Another thing I guess I would talk about is MO, which is like the assumption that maybe you might face a charge over this. If you're the criminal, paper tape is so fucking common that it would be impossible to trace. Yeah, there is some power in that. There's some power when it comes to actually catching you. There's some power. You could be like, no, somebody else put that tape there. That tape's so common. What do you mean? I didn't have any tape like that. Why would I have any tape like that? I'm not a painter. And this is valid in court. You can make statements like that in court. You could be like, I'm not a painter. I don't carry around blue tape. And they'll drop it.
It's interesting. It's really interesting. The officer that first arrived at the scene...
O.J. Simpson and the glove and all that. I don't wear one glove. What are you talking about, essentially?
Obviously, adrenaline was rushing once he saw a woman down in the garage. But he said that when he kicked the front door, he didn't feel a lot of resistance. He doesn't think that it was dead bolted. Like, maybe there was a lock, like the bottom lock, but it wasn't dead bolted. Maybe just the handle was locked. But the most interesting conversation the police have, away from the ears of family members and neighbors, is that this is still an active investigation. We're going to treat every single person here as a potential suspect.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I was like, it seems like it's coming from inside.
Christiel's husband is about to leave after answering questions, along with the rest of Christiel's family.
So, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it's showing signs of internal intrigue, meaning like the attack came from the inside of somebody that she knew. Is that like the blue painter's tape actually really matters? The cop tripped over it, and he's not even a detective. It's that the blue painter's tape, no criminal probably takes that with them to commit the crime unless they've actually got that in the fucking plan or whatever. No criminal is going to think, oh, it's amateur hour. Let's bring some paper tape that'll just fall off and get me busted in this murder, right? So the criminal's not bringing paper tape. Or if they are, it's because they're stupid and on the inside. The murderer's not bringing painter's tape because we all know painter's tape, it falls off really easily, right? So why would you do the doorbell ringer with painter's tape? That's amateur hour. Even that basic beat cop is like, yeah, the painter's tape on the fucking doorbell ringer is really sus because it's like, that's got to come from the house, right? What the fuck criminal is going to bring painter's tape to block the actual camera that might get them convicted of a murder crime? A real criminal is going to bring real tape like duct tape, right? Duct tape's common enough where you probably couldn't get convicted off that. So a real murderer is going to bring duct tape because they don't want that tape to fall off. Like only somebody fucking around and kibitzing would bring painter's tape. It is actually that sus.
And he turns, and before he leaves the police station, he stops in the police lobby, and he's talking to one of the officers, and he says,
"He took my children's mother for Christmas. They're never gonna get over that. I don't care if you capture them. I don't care if you kill them. Find out. Don't just assume it's me. Keep looking."
Creeper.
Don't just assume it's me?
Yeah, what do you mean, assume it's me? Daniel is Christiel's husband. Daniel says so himself. I've seen the movies.
He was acting when he ran out there and he was talking to the cops and like, let me in the house and all that. But he was acting. He was just acting.
It's always the husband, isn't it?
It's always the husband, isn't it?
But you need to find him. Inside the Krug house near one of the action plans, in case the stalking escalates, there's a tiny little post-it sticking to a bookshelf, and it reads, "Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. If you stare long enough..."
Oh my god, so cheesy.
The abyss will gaze back.
What is this? It's like a memento mori.
Back into you. Nietzsche.
Handwritten?
Fucking so
Handwritten.
dumb.
What does
You mean evidence, paper trail, easy to convict, etc., 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 etc.
any of this mean? Informing the adults of the Krug family of Christiel's murder is one thing. To inform her 3 kids is a totally different situation. And this happens to be one of the... Okay, like I could... Sometimes words are very bland. I feel like the words heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, horrendous, heinous, they're all pretty empty at this point. I think it's just so shitty. I believe it's the eldest daughter. She's in high school and she already knows that something is wrong before police and family members come to pull her out of school. She's in the guidance counselor's office when the first officer shows up, and she's explaining like she saw a lot happen through her phone because this family has been stalked. They likely all have access to the phone cameras, and she's like in high school, so definitely she does, and they're probably all alert watching for any suspicious activity, and she's crying and she says,
"My phone notified me of my house cameras going off. There was police at my house."
There was police at the house and an ambulance, and there was a stretcher. I couldn't bring myself to see who was on the stretcher, so I called mom and dad. My dad picked up and he's crying, and he like wouldn't tell me what's going on. He told me to shut off my phone, and my aunt is coming here to pick me up. So the officer is trying to gather intel because the officer knows everything that's happened too.
What has been going on at home?
So this dude has been threatening my mom, stalking her, taking photos of my dad, saying that he's gonna kill him. Do we know who this person is? One of her exes, I don't know his name. Like an ex-boyfriend? Yeah. And they broke up a while ago. They ended it as friends, so this has all come as like a really big shock to my mom. But she mentions to the police officer, he's been contacting her from different numbers, sending pictures of my dad, saying that he's gonna kill him.
It's the husband.
He hasn't mentioned anything about me and my siblings yet, which is good. He posted something to a website trying to recruit guys to help him with whatever plan he's going, and he's...
Now, you remember how she mentioned that he was the kind of meticulous guy that would swipe his butt across the card reader as opposed to getting like a retractable string, because he's that detail oriented, and that implies like kind of a master puppeteer sort of level of narcissism and like, you know, kind of like, you know, I don't know, delusions of grandeur that would fit a killer like this who builds a perfect story and then decides to execute it like some kind of movie.
He's been contacting my mom through all of
I suspect the husband.
this, and so my mom has contacted the police, and
that's what everybody says too. It might have been somebody else. We don't know. Real life is never like that. It's always something else, so we don't know.
She has like a whole bunch.
But I'm thinking husband now. I always do.
Of people on this case, but the thing is, he's making it sound like she's helping him and she's not. So we're really afraid that the police are going to turn on us. So she's been trying to protect herself, so she has a gun, and she's in the process of getting her concealed carry license so that she can protect herself and us. And then when I saw the camera, I assumed that she would have to use that gun. She tells the officers that my parents don't have the best relationship. It's not violent whatsoever. They just haven't been getting along. They won't get a divorce. They say it's for the children, it's best for us, but at least I know their marriage isn't doing the best. Like, it's never bad enough for her to pair up with this guy. So she's explaining the stalker is making it seem like Chris Steele and the stalker are gonna kill Daniel so that they can run off together. And this little girl, like the daughter, is like, that's not, like, I'm telling you, like, my mom would never do that, please.
Right. So she is kind of thinking that the mom was self-defensing her, like...
Yeah, and maybe...
I like Rotten Mango. I think we share very similar tastes.
They killed the stalker.
Whoa.
Throughout this, she's breaking down, and... Because in the foyer request...
I like that she's been crying. She shows the human touch. I like that, because I've been crying a little bit, too.
It's all blurred, thankfully, but you actually see the moment when the kids are told... I'm not going to include it. But I think it's important to know... It's like a very heavy moment because all of this will, the importance
it'll
of
make
that
sense. Yeah, it comes in. It makes sense later.
There's almost this speculation from the daughter, at least, that the stalker was trying to kill the dad, and
she's got something brilliant here, and it does put butts in the seats, which is this idea that we're all on some murder mystery here. We don't know what the conclusion is, and she knows what it is, and she's teasing it, and she's also like it's fiendish and its intricacies and all this.
Make it seem like the mom was part of it, trying to frame the mom. Whoever's out there stalking Chris Steele, it is not their first time. It's not their first time creating multiple identities and creating multiple phone numbers and changing their locations just so they could stalk a woman. And there is a lot of potentials to debate here. The messages showed that the stalker would have an idea of what their end result was going to be and then completely change their mind and then think about something else. At first, they want to kidnap Chris Steele and likely hold her captive. There are messages of kidnapping her and then the stalker believing that Chris Steele would finally be happy with him. Or if that's too hard, they could just kill Chris Steele. Maybe that's the better plan. Or how about they kill Daniel, Chris Steele's husband, and frame Chris Steele for it? That way Chris Steele won't have anyone. She'll have to come to him, her stalker, right? A nationwide arrest warrant is put out for Anthony, the ex-boyfriend, the stalker. And while they're looking for him, a woman named Carrie is brought into the police station. She explains the same exact thing happened to her during her breakup. I mean, this was a long time ago. So this was when she was in college. So like 15 years ago. And she says, I broke up with him a couple months into my...
Wait, maybe it is the ex-boyfriend.
Freshman year, and...
See, I didn't assume we had any other evidence indicating otherwise, but now maybe we do. If there's some other MO, maybe it's the ex-boyfriend and the husband's like, it's not me. I guess.
He was pretty
The husband did not look like he was lying when he said it was not me.
emotional. I would say sort of desperation would maybe be the word I would use to describe him after the breakup. Of just kind of like, please don't do this, kind of crying, that sort of thing that I can recall. And then I started to get messages from his roommate. That person's name is Tom. And she starts getting these messages and quote, and I know Tom is real because they're roommates. If I called him, sometimes Tom would pick up the phone
I'm
and
30.
have like a joint.
I'm 36 minutes in. I'm going to go back exactly 6 minutes to when he made the statement to the cop in the station on the lapel cam.
One of the officers, and he says,
He took my children's mother for Christmas. They're never going to get over that.
He looks like he's lying to me. See the access? See his eye? If you know to look for it, it's like we're in the eye roll while he accesses the random memory to amend the script a little bit here and lie. Hold on.
I don't care if you capture him. I don't care.
Yes, you do. Because you're it. It's the husband. I think it's the husband. I'm now back at the husband again. But the ex-boyfriend is gonna throw some kind of spoke in the wheel.
her talking about how her ex wasn't doing well because of the breakup and maybe was gonna...
This one was good. I like murder mystery. I've always have. I like being a fucking amateur detective. It's something I've always really liked to do. I like editing, believe it or not. I'm quite an editor. Like I just spent half an hour with my mother editing something that she's sending out on a massive email. And I like editing. I've always been a very good editor. I have something about, there's something about the sense of cadence of speech or what somebody's truly saying in between the lines and all that I'm very good with. And I'm very sensitive to neurolinguistics and stuff like this. So I stay away from that because I know that the lower and the middle class doesn't like it and stuff like this. I'm a good editor. I'm like a really good editor, honestly. I don't make a lot of money doing it, but I have good skill as an editor. I used to have to do it for tech manuals and stuff for AT&T and for my mom's business and stuff. And I'm good at editing kind of. And that's one thing that I like to do. And I'm also a very big murder mystery, murder porn buff, whatever you want to call it. True crime. I'm a big true crime buff for some reason. I don't know why.
Be injured.
I think it's the boyfriend because I sensed a lie. Now it could be a duo. It could be now I suspect that it could be a duo. It could be the ex-boyfriend and the boyfriend.
Then turns out Tom isn't Tom. I mean, Tom is real, but Carrie says Tom's messages were being sent by her ex-boyfriend to try and push her closer to her ex again. They're not from the real Tom. They're not from the real roommate. The stalker also created other identities to try and separate her and isolate her from her friends. It kind of ruined her entire college life. Ultimately, all the leads led back to a public library.
Oh, that's what happened to her. See, this is another reason I stay off social media.
Even though she and one of the...
She got her fucking life wrecked over social media. Fuck social media. And it was really big back then. I know what era she was in. It was really big back then. You were a loser if you didn't have a Facebook. But I mean, I was brave enough in 2015 to just shut off my Facebook for the first time. I kept bringing it back up when I took a girlfriend or whatever. But I mean, overall, I just eventually just shut my Facebook down because most of it is toxic. Almost all of it is toxic. You should not let social media affect your life like that.
The officers that she was working with, I mean, they knew who it was.
Life is just too short to care what somebody says on the internet.
It was the ex-boyfriend. They just didn't have enough evidence to get him. And
yeah.
So the police were like, okay, and your ex-boyfriend is Daniel Krug.
What an idiot I feel like I was after all of this. Because, like you said, you can read through all this and go, well, duh, it's Dan.
She delivered it well.
But when you're in it, you just become so, almost crazed by it. You don't know who it is or...
So this lady Carrie.
Now, you understand what I'm basing this all off of, right? I'm 37 minutes into this, so we're going to jump back to minute 36, where the crux of the case is. He gives it away right here, and I did trip up on it. I'm only halfway, but he did at 30 minutes in. He does this interview.
The police station. He stops in the police.
He's lying. He is random accessing right here.
Lobby, and he's talking to one of the officers.
And he's like, I don't know.
He says,
He took my children's mother.
He's talking about himself. And so he's not lying here because he's not referring to himself. He's referring to the guy that did this, and he's divorced himself from that somehow. He's like, I'm not the guy, so when I say he, I mean someone else, right? But he's actually so narcissistic, he's lying to himself, and he's not lying right here. Well, he is lying, but he's so good at lying that he left no trace right here. He's rehearsed this.
For Christmas. They're never going to get over that.
Now,
I don't care if you capture him. I don't care if you kill him. Find him. Don't just...
It's a lie. See, there's the closed eyes that we see on Bill Gates and, other liars that we've seen on the channel recently and stuff. Like, you can catch them right there in the moment when they lie like that. So dumb. And that's what I'm basing my assumption off of. You would think that it's too insane. Like, are you seriously basing I've got my final answer. We'll call it the final answer, right? Oh no, this is a different thing. Oops. I'm drawing my final answer based off his eye movement. That's how much I trust my assumptions about lies. Like, I like my little lie detector test. I think it's a good one. If you random access memory on camera, I will be able to detect it. And I will detect why you were doing so. Sometimes they can actually lie, like bald-faced lie, like he's doing right there. They can sometimes bald-faced lie because they've separated themselves from the guy who did this, and they're acting like that, and they're running like a borderline personality where this guy has somehow managed the assumption that the person that he's talking about isn't him, and it's a lie that he's told himself. And I think it's part of his defense if he ever gets caught. It's like an insanity plea. He's building like an insanity plea based off of movies that he's watched or something like that. But there is this moment where he lies perfectly, and you almost never see this, but it is possible if the person tricks themselves. The person can trick themselves.
Care if you kill him.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care because he's talking about somebody else right now. And that's not a lie. He's not random accessing.
Find him.
Lie. That's a lie. Don't just assume it's me. That's him lying. You should assume it's him. Why did you bring this up? Also, lie, like he is a bad liar. He shut his eyes.
Don't just assume it's me.
Yeah.
There, see, so, and he did give it away, which is like weird, but
In Daniel's sealed records, there was an incident between her and him in college. And the police are like, what are the odds that Christelle was being stalked and Daniel has an ex-girlfriend from college that was stalked by Daniel?
Oh, she was stalked.
Yeah.
She wasn't just...
No. She got these threatening messages, weird messages from all sorts of people that were not the people they claimed to be.
From decades ago. That's...
Yeah.
Wow. Now, the police, did they suspect him from the get-go, or was it... Well, how did they even go down that path?
They suspected him the minute that he came into the police station. Because it's like the movies. Have you ever waited for an item that you thought you bought is the one that you have never heard of yet? Because that's the whole point. It goes undetected that you really only read in a book. Daniel Krug thinks that the police files fake identities using fake phone numbers.
Oops, sorry.
This is a paid advertisement.
Yeah. I don't know if they should support ambulance chasers.
A lot of people will tell you that the smartest murder is the one that you have never heard of yet, because that's the whole point. It goes undetected. But a lot of people have been calling this case the smartest, most calculated murder in recent history. The months of planning, creating fake identities, using fake phone numbers, IP addresses, buying multiple gift cards, and it all falls apart with the acting. It's like a B-grade movie. It's like the type of dialogue that you really only read in a book. Daniel Krug thinks that the police are onto him. He thinks that they're just trying to look at him as the suspect. I mean, yeah, they're still trying to find Anthony, the ex-boyfriend, but they've also just spent hours interviewing Daniel after Christile's body was found. Hours. All the other family members were let out early. Why is Daniel the only one staying behind? They're asking him in-depth questions that can only point to them being suspicious of him, and when they finally let him go at the end of the night,
he cannot stand to not know what they're thinking. He has to be there, and he has to monitor, and he has to be on top of the situation. He's a obsessive compulsive, egomaniacal, narcissistic sociopath killer, and he has to know what his detectives are thinking.
About to leave the police station, and he turns to the officers and he says,
I won't be resigned who did this. Because I know it's...
Because I know.
You don't believe that?
Nobody talks like that.
Fine. Just don't stop looking elsewhere. Focus on me. Okay? Fine.
This is creepy.
Are you married? With kids? Divorced? Right behind you. I don't care if you capture him. I just want the...
What do you mean right behind you?
He took my children's mother.
No, you're acting so sus, dude. You're acting weird, like the movies.
Christmas.
This isn't some script.
They're never gonna get over it.
These theatrics, that's what it is. It's theatrics.
and with that, he walks out of the police station. It's like straight out of a James Patterson novel.
Yeah.
Nobody talks like that in person. Nobody whispers like that in person. It's very odd. I also think that we as people recently have given too much grace to the phrase everyone responds to grief differently. It's true. I think it's very true. But some things, if they are sending your radars off, if your gut is saying...
Yeah, that guy is not showing remorse or sorrow. He's not crying. He's not fucked up. He's not exhausted. He's in a fencing match with these cops because he's the killer. Oh, it's a wreck of a Galente frigate. That's not a good sign. Why is there a wreck of a Galente frigate in here? Well, is it mine? It might be my wreck. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Okay, this is so bizarre. It's not even just like, oh, I probably wouldn't behave like that if I were grieving. But like, wow, I'm so shocked and thrown off by this. I don't think that we should all just chalk it up to, well, everyone responds to grief differently. The police have a theory now. The way that Daniel has been talking, the things that family members have told them, they believe that Christile wanted to divorce Daniel, and Daniel decides he's going to pretend to be a stalker to drive his wife straight back into his arms. This will be the catalyst that brings them closer together. This is what they need to reconnect.
These are theories from the families?
The police. Gathering from all the interviews that they had with family members. December 5th, 2023, Christile gets an email. Hey, gorgeous. I can't visit you anymore. No more Colorado time. My girlfriend doesn't want us talking without her. She says you're gonna let cops get after me, after you off him. But she doesn't know you like I do. We got a new place with lots of room on the East Coast. She said you can move in with us. We like 3 ways. Trash your husband and come. You know how to get me when he's dead.
What?
I mean, it's kind of a nonsensical email, but...
This guy is such a cornball. He's read too many, like, crappy, like James Patterson novels or whatever. Real life isn't like this, you idiot. You're just giving yourself away.
Ultimately, it kind of seems like the stalker is going to lay off. He's saying, like, I'm moving to the East Coast. I don't have time to go to...
So he's proactively sealing his his own grave, basically, because it's like if he just was quiet, he probably would be fine. But no, he keeps going out of his way to try to sell them some drama.
Colorado. I mean, this is what Christelle thought. But 9 days later, Christelle is dead. And that's what the police can't wrap their heads around. If Daniel is the stalker, let's say hypothetically he is, why would he send this message saying, hey, I'm not going to come to Colorado anymore? And then why would he kill her at the end? Because they thought maybe Daniel's sending these messages to get his wife closer to him. Mm-hmm. So if Daniel's the stalker, why would he say like, hey, I'm the stalker, I'm going to lay off? Because that would indicate the relationship is going well then. Maybe Daniel's like, oh, she's already so close to me now. I don't need to keep stalking her. We've like fixed our problems. Mm. In the FOIA request, we got a ton of videos where Daniel is sitting in front of a white cinder block wall and he's got a phone up to his ear and he's staring at the screen with his parents on there.
Have you ever gotten...
What happened there?
Things or
what?
Convenient for them, but then they'll be like, "Oh, I don't want to."
What happened there?
Kate, the relationship is going well then. Maybe Daniel's like, "Oh, she's already so close to me now. I don't need to keep stalking her. We've like fixed our problems." Mm. In the FOIA request, we got a ton of videos where Daniel is sitting in front of a white cinder block wall and he's got a phone up to his ear and he's staring at the screen with his parents on there.
Have you ever gotten like jailhouse calls with the families?
Calls, like sometimes audios. You'll get random audios, but really they don't like to give these out.
How many hours of that did you get?
I think overall we had hundreds of videos because there were a lot of officers at the scene of the crime and every single thing was body cammed. I mean, there's a lot of body cam video that ultimately we would sit through and then it would be like a 1-minute conversation at the end between an officer and a neighbor and the officer is just like, drive around. This is taped off, drive around. I think it was like 100 jail call videos.
Dang, okay.
It was a lot. And a lot of them is like just yapping. A lot of them is weird. And Daniel is sitting in jail. He's about to go on trial for murdering his wife. And he's telling his family, I didn't do this. The stalker is still out there and they put the wrong guy in jail because they think it's like the movies and it's always the husband and it's not me and my kids are not safe. He's ranting. He's worried about his kids. He's adamant that someone else killed Christelle. And just like how her stalker wanted to set her up for his potential murder, he believes that the stalker set him up for her murder. And nobody's listening to him. So now Christelle is gone. He's sitting in jail for something he says he didn't do, but nobody's listening. And his 3 kids are out there. And he's pleading with his elderly parents, I need them safe.
I don't know where or who did this, where he is, or
Lie.
Who he is.
Lie. You keep closing your eyes to avoid them detecting that your eyes are rolling.
I need
and he's got to sell this to his mother.
Need my children.
Don't sell this to your mother, you fucking murderer. That makes her complicit, kind of.
Out of Colorado.
You are disgusting, you pig.
He's also concerned about Stockholm Syndrome. The kids are staying with family members on Christelle's side of the family, and he says,
But now we're back to my original fear of Stockholm Syndrome.
Oh.
I do not know.
You are
what
insane.
She has been told.
You're crazy.
I do not know what she believes.
What?
I do not know.
Your kids are not being held captive, you fucking moron. They're with their grandparents. They're stumbling blindly through their life because they just lost their mother and they're probably required still to go to school and stuff. And it's like, yeah, they probably had some conversations about it, but this is the last thing anybody wants to talk about. It's just like weird. That's what the actual reality is. But you're on about some kind of Stockholm syndrome, like your kids are being kidnapped by their wives, their mothers, mother's relations. I don't think they're kidnapped. They're kids. They can call 911 if they're kidnapped.
Children even want me anymore.
I don't know. They maybe have reached the decision that you have killed their mother, and maybe they don't. It's creepy.
Say Stockholm Syndrome or?
Yeah.
Like
this was not as shocking as I thought it was.
With Christine side of the
This
family.
was just a criminal trying to lie. I thought it was some kind of crazy Machiavellian script where he like played them all or whatever. But no, the only truly crazy thing he did was lie to some cops and approach the scene like he wasn't the murderer. And that's ballsy. It's more than the average dumb criminal does. You know, it's more than the average dumb criminal does. Try and stage your own, walk on your own scene. That's a little creepy and definitely a flair for the theatric and all that stuff. But it's weird to lie to the cops and show up to the murder scene of your wife that you just committed. It's weird and act like you're from the outside. That's fucking psycho on a whole nother level. That might actually constitute an insanity plea, which is, you know, kind of crazy. Him showing up to the scene and just acting like he wasn't there, it implies that his sanity might not actually be there. Or he's just that ballsy that he's trying to lie to all of his wife's relations, all the police on the case, all the people at the scene, all the neighbors, all those people. What are the chances that you successfully lie to all those muggles? One of them's got to have a brain. Probably your kids.
Just believe whatever.
Yeah, like what? Like, and yeah, the sheer gall on that is, Jesus Christ, man, you're insane. But, you know, but I still don't think it's very impressive. It's just like the dude walked on the scene of the crime. The dude lied to the cops one time at the police station. That's not really Machiavellian, like puppet master level of stuff. That's lying to the pigs and like showing up at your own crime scene. It's a little bit outside the box, yeah. But it's not this whole puppet master thing.
Saying, and Chris Steele's side of the family thinks that he's the stalker.
I bet this happens a lot more than you might think. I think probably a lot of murderers show up at the scene of the crime because that's the perfect plausible deniability. You're responding to the scene. You're the person who found them, right? And I bet you'd be surprised how often murderers use this to skate on charges. They're like, no, I just found them like this, but you're the murderer. Ugh.
And he's like, no one believes me that I'm being set up.
Well, it is usually the husband. It's almost never wrong. It sucks. It's, you know, usually random people don't kill each other. It happens, like Sharon Tate and all that. But I doubt that was really random. It's sort of crazy. It's just like, it's not really truly random. I think it was part of some script. Oh, go back.
Me anymore.
Did he say Stockholm Syndrome or?
Yeah.
Like in what?
Do you know what that is? It's when you're a captive for so long that you begin to love the guy who sticks a gun in your face every day, and you'll protect them from harm just because you have built such a long relationship with them because you've been their captor for like, you know, for weeks or months or whatever. They said it happened in the Patty Hearst case, which it might have. But I mean, like, it's pretty rare. Stockholm Syndrome's fucking rare. That's like saying you won the lottery. No.
Context.
Like they're gonna...
It's as rare as winning the lottery. Stockholm Syndrome doesn't happen that often. It implies that we as human beings don't care about somebody being held captive so long that they feel real love for their captor because they're just around them so much for so long and they've been separated from their life for so long that the only connection left to the world is the captor. That's what Stockholm Syndrome is. It's not what he's talking about. He's talking about his kids believed that he might have killed their mother. That's a bit different.
We're gonna get Stockholm Syndrome with...
That's not Stockholm Syndrome. That's your kids suspect you're a murder suspect, you know?
Chris Steele's side of the family and just believe whatever they're saying.
How long till you just kill the kids? They might actually bear witness against you. It's so scary when you start thinking all the spidery thoughts that come after this stuff. So he's already offed his wife. He's shown that he's capable of offing his wife. Will he kill his kids if they start rolling on him in the case against him and his wife, you know, or against him with his wife? And that's the thing here. It starts to get sort of scary. That's my spidery thoughts is I don't think they've got Stockholm Syndrome. I think it's more like they're holed up in a fortress and their grandfather's going to defend their lives with his honor, you know?
And Chris Steele's side of the family thinks that he's the stalker and he's like, no one believes me that I'm being set up. He's like, I'm probably sleeping like 16 hours a day because of the depression. I sleep, I read, I cry, and that's about it. And there's obviously frustration too. He says,
I don't understand how you can put in a claim for wrongful
wrongful arrest, wrongful imprisonment if you have to wait for
You do! You're lying! You do, though! You do know!
everything to be settled.
So he's like, I can't even
No, you're lying out your fucking ass trying to lie your way out of all of this.
file a claim for wrongful arrest until after the trial.
If he's not it, I'm gonna be flabbergasted if he's not it. I think he's it.
We are in a digital and monitored age.
Oh, come on, man. You sound like a movie. Nobody talks like this. Nobody talks like this. If you're in jail for this shit, you don't talk about it. You either, you say to your mother or whatever, you're like, I didn't do this or whatever. And if you didn't do it, you don't have to talk any further. She's going to be like, well, it's obvious you didn't do it. Yep. But like, you know, but if you did do it, you go do theatrics like this. You describe about digital monitoring in the modern age. You're scared that the ring bell like fingered you and they're playing games with you. Maybe we don't know what this is. It's some kind of deranged fear of something that he doesn't understand. It's like the fear of the unknown. He doesn't know what the cops know, and it's driving him fucking crazy. And he's dragged his mother into it because she's like his only friend left in the world. It's weird because it's like I can relate to that situation. But it's also like, why are you dragging your mother into a murder? That's disgusting. It's so foul it'll make you famous for being foul.
They never produced a single photograph of me with phones. They never produced a single photograph of me buying
You sound guilty. You're like, I'm trying to disprove every last piece of evidence.
anything. They never
If you're innocent, you're like, I don't care what evidence they've got. I didn't do it, right? That's your attitude. It actually is like that. True righteousness is very difficult to masquerade. It's like, if you actually are truly righteously innocent, right? You don't care what they say. You don't have to sit there and disprove each point or whatever. You know very well that you didn't do it. So like maybe they've got you wrong, at which point you say, no, you got me wrong, but I didn't do this, so I don't care what you say. It'll come out in the court case when there's no real evidence. You just leave it at that. You're like, I didn't fucking do this. Go find the person who did.
never produced a single piece hard.
You sound like a telenovela. You do. I used to watch telenovela and I couldn't understand what they were saying, but I loved the emotion of it. It's like, you know, Mexican soap opera stars living their steamy lives and all this. And you sound like a telenovela star. And I'm sorry, anybody with a brain can pick up on it. You are on some crazy murderer of Hollywood trip and you've dragged your mother into it. And the theatrics of it all are just insane. Any detective worth his grit who's an actual working man is going to be like, nobody talks like this. This moron killed his wife. Nobody talks like this, dude. Nobody talks like this except guilty people.
Just identity theft. That's
Why are your eyes shut? It's like you're preparing to jump into cold water or something like this. Most people don't close their eyes going like, this is something I've noticed liars do. They shut their fucking eyes like this and they go blind to the world. Like ostriches, they put their head in the fucking sand. But and that's what you're supposed to assume when you see it. You're like, oh, he's so fucked up that he's closing his eyes right now. He's that fucked up, right? But no, it's that, you know, he's that messed up about this. But no, what it really is he knows that if he random access his memory, his mother, who's known him all of his life, will detect that he's lying. And so he's closing his eyes so the eye roll does not incriminate him with his mother, which is the sheer level of depravity here is just insane. The gall of it is the sheer gall of this slime bag is remarkable. It's remarkable enough to do a video about it. Oh, we got somebody here. We got a Chica train and a condor. Okay. Keep it range 20. I don't want to lose him. He's faster than me and he ran. Chica train and a condor. He can see that I killed the other guy or something. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on, man. I have no idea and I don't care. I'm not even going to run the D-scan because I'm not like these other dudes. I'm just farming. It's the era of the farmer. Leave me alone. I'll beat him off. I will beat the grass to startle the snakes, and I will continue and cap this. I don't care. It's like Fortnite. It reminds me of Fortnite. Look, he tried to defang me, which I don't really recommend. I've got 3 more to just toss in, and that's not like you're gonna kill me. I should have kept him at range, and I'm learning that that might be better to do. Keep at range. Yeah, I go right back to capping the site, because it's like I've been doing this on Battlefield all my life. It doesn't phase me. I've been doing this on some form of my life since Battlefield like 1, taking a point, standing there, puffing your chest out for all the other dudes, all the other nerds in the neighborhood, and being like, "This is my point. Come and step on it, bitch." And yes, I know you're out there in the peripheral vision somewhere. I know you're gonna fire at me soon, but I'm out here, bitch. Come get me at my point. And I've been doing this all my life. It doesn't scare me. I was quite the Battlefield sniper in my day. I took only sniper mod class on Battlefield Bad Company 1 and 2. I only took sniper the whole time, recon, right? And I only took recon the entire time, and I got to level 50 that way with just sniper kills, and you begin to understand.
That's it. And we're in a world today where that's enough.
Jesus Christ, dude, you sound like Jim Carrey as the Riddler. That's how clown you appear to me. You remind me of Jim Carrey in the Riddler as the Riddler.
DNA exoneration
You look like Jeffrey Epstein too.
doesn't mean it.
Just thought I would toss in another insult.
Someone can do things with a self.
I am channeling a ghost like some kind of evangelist while I talk to you about how they haven't convicted me. And it's like, open your eyes, dude. What are you doing? It feels like you're channeling the dead or something weird like this. You're like, please don't fucking bust me for murder. Please. You're like praying to God right now. Let us pray that I don't get busted for murder right here. And your mother's just like, I'm sick of these theatrics. Your mother hasn't said a word now in like fucking 4 minutes or something because she just can't actually respond to how crazy this is.
Not a single word.
I don't know if she's fooled by it.
Identity theft.
I don't know if she cares. I think she's just lost her daughter-in-law. Her grandkids have been widowed. Her son is in jail. And I'm not sure she cares whether or not your story's valid. I think her life is over.
It's all it takes to destroy somebody.
So he's claiming someone stole his identity
Yeah.
to do this.
Daniel's parents are completely supporting him and they agree
Nope.
with him, but they're also concerned about him sitting in jail.
Nope.
He says about the food that he eats long.
Oh, jail for killing your wife. Don't kill your wife then.
If you ever find yourself watching TV and you see a cat food commercial, we look at those commercials here with a sense of longing. The collective decision here is that food commercials should be banned in jails and prisons because even horrible food, I would never eat Taco Bell, ever. It's disgusting. And yet I see ads for it and I'm like, that looks really good. It's clear the pressure is getting to Daniel, though. On the phone with his parents, Daniel gets emotionally charged because he's in jail and he doesn't know where his collection of valuable coins and medals are. Apparently, Daniel's mom spoke with Christile's family about it, and they didn't know it either, where it went, and Daniel explodes.
So that tells me that they are going through the house, and they're not supposed to. They were supposed to give a written...
They're not supposed to go to the relative's house. Listen to the theatrics, dude. Any detective with any like true sense of like play here would understand that the weird shit you're saying doesn't add up. It's like they're the family of the victim. They can go to the house. There's nothing really stopping them. There's no law or anything like that. They're not supposed to. Well, yeah, but I don't know. I had a friend. He was guilty of a murder-suicide. We had to go back. I mean, I view this as essentially a murder-suicide. He like killed his wife and then ended his own career and life. And oh, here's another guy. Orbit. Oh, wait, no, get on him. Get on him. Keep it range. Keep it range. Kill my pretty. Keep it range. No, don't let him reach me. No. No, he's going to kill me. I get you to structure, but then you kill me, which is so dumb. Keep it range, motherfucker. Come on, keep it range. How did he catch me? No. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Come on, crit him. 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 Come on, kill him. Kill him. He's been in armor for so long. I got him. No, no. No, I didn't get him, did I? No, no. Oh, well, it was close. Good fight. Good fight. Why are you in Faction Wharf? Why aren't you in... Just dumb. Block.
List. No, no, no. You call, you text, whatever. They are not to have unrestricted access to whatever the fuck they want. No, no. But what that tells me is they're sifting through everything, and they are looking for whatever is of value, because fuck you, Dan, because they don't want me in that life. And I'm not there.
You murdered their mother.
That's all I do. That's all I do. I'm the one who has to accommodate.
The sheer gall of it.
Everything. They want to sell the house? Fine.
It's like Trump or something. It's somebody in complete denial.
I have to sell the house. They don't want to let me speak to my kids? Fine. I'm not allowed to speak to my kids. I get fucking right.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Sorry. I don't mean to make you cry.
I just want to see you in my listen.
And mom is like, I wish I could make it all go away, Danny.
Aww.
Wait, this is so weird.
Yeah.
No, that's the love of a mother. That's she's not a bad mother, obviously. This is how women are. They have this magical capacity to forgive. She knows deep down probably what he did, but she doesn't care. That doesn't change the fact that he is her son, you know? It sucks, but blood is thicker than water. Blood will walk on water.
Is this giving like a movie? Does he talk like a toddler or what's
He talks so weird.
He talks so
There's only,
weird.
like, one person I can think of that talks like that.
Heath Ledger and as the Joker or whatever.
In a time, you know, kind of like, huh? It doesn't even make sense why you're being so theatrical. Like, grief is one thing. Theatrical is kind of weird right now. Like, it's
so
just...
he's like angry, but in a very theatrical way.
Yeah, it's...
like that.
Yeah, it's like, no, 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 no.
No, no, no.
Interesting.
And he takes a lot of pauses at really weird moments. I mean, I talk pretty dramatic, and I think that I might be even more dramatic when my emotions are high. But the way he does it is not like a sense of dramatic franticness of like,
it's like
out.
I'm slow boiling.
So I'm gonna freak out. It's like very like pauses and almost like there's an audience.
Maybe like he's trying
because there is
to hold it back.
But it doesn't feel...
No, I think deep down inside he knows he's been caught because he's in jail. So he's trying to back himself up with lies when they go back and look at the videotape and they see how bad he's been.
He can't scream in there. Maybe he can't throw a tantrum in there, so he's like holding it down to...
But that's alarming too.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
How are the kids? Daniel's asking. They were fine. They were fine. They look good. They're keeping busy. But he just keeps getting angry at the thought because he comes back to it again where he thinks Christiel's family members are taking things of value from the house, and he says,
And I want a complete list of absolutely everything, because if I find out they're parsing out things among different family members, I'm going to be pissed. Okay. I want people arrested for stealing things from my wife's estate.
His mom assures him that she took the jewelry box in his closet with his cufflinks, and Daniel asks his mom, did you find Grandma's ring? No.
Then they stole it.
Danny, please.
It was with my cufflinks. And then I have to find out what pawn shop they're getting rid of all of my shit at.
So
What?
What's going on? You have a lot more.
What are
things
you
to worry
talking
right now.
about?
Listen,
You are in jail.
Does he believe he's coming?
You are in jail. You can't trace pawn shops. What the fuck are you talking about? This isn't some movie, you idiot. The only phone call you've got is what you've got right now. Anybody who does any work like that's got to be on the outside. Convince your mother. She seems to be like hunky-dory with you killing your wife. Send her to go fucking deal with the pawn shops that are in your mind. What do you mean I gotta check the pawn shops? What are you gonna do? Call them from jail? Receiving a call from the prison. The sheer gall of this. So the pawn shop owner, it's like that movie we watched about the pawn shop owner. And like that guy's sitting there. The phone rings. He picks it up, and it's the pawn shop owner. He's the guy that doesn't buy anybody's shit, right? He's the pawn shop guy. He doesn't buy your bullshit, right? He doesn't buy any bullshit. He knows every lie, every story that anybody tells. He's the pawn shop owner. I love the comedic gall of this fucking jackass. And so he calls up the pawn shop owner from the jail, and the pawn shop owner hears blah blah blah. Some guy you've never heard of before is calling you from prison. Well, I'm not going to accept it. It might cost me money, right? And they say, no, this guy's paid for it. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll talk to him if he's paid for it. Sure, yeah. What do you want? And the guy on the phone's like, I need to know if somebody sold my murdered wife's wedding ring. And the guy's like, what? Shut up, and hangs the phone up. I guarantee you. The pawn shop owner's like, what? Shut up, dude, and hangs up on the phone. I guarantee you right there. Shut up, dude. What do you want about? Click. And the pawn shop owner probably gets calls like this all the time. I'm looking for some kind of crazy wedding ring. And the guy's like, what? Shut up, dude. Don't call me again. Click. And you do this from jail, are you?
Yeah, and okay, all of
Why are your hands like are you oh, maybe she's sick. It looks like she used iodine on her hands.
It's like when you FOIA request it, they just put like...
She did. She put iodine on her hands. Why?
Jail call. Oh, no, it wasn't even like jail call. It was like...
Oh, yeah, she might be really OCD. Yeah, her kind of mind. Yeah, she might be super OCD. Like, oh, I might have sympathy for her sort of OCD.
And there's like a bunch of numbers because that's how they...
Yeah, every element of her expression has been extremely feng shuied, and I believe her to be extremely OCD.
You know, log it in their format. And so every time
the hand movements, all of it.
Click one, I have no idea what I'm getting into. Sometimes it'd be like his mom being like, oh yeah, so the weather today, and we drove, and like we made a snowman. And then the next one, he's like, they fucking stole it. And I'm like...
It doesn't track. It doesn't track because you're on some telenovela in your own fucking brain about beating a murder, death of my career case, whatever you want to call this, like throwing your life away so you can murder your wife. That's what you call this. It is basically murder-suicide. It's like he throws his life away so he gets the right to murder his wife, I guess? What is that, you idiot? You think anybody wins there? I mean, I don't know. Well, of course, he probably is so dumb that he figured he wouldn't get caught, but he's already in jail.
Every single one was so vastly different.
I don't know. They don't usually throw non-guilty people in jail, right? This guy's facing serious murder charges. They did an arraignment. The judge looked at the evidence and is like, no, you're going back to big boy prison. You don't get to go home today, no.
And like, you could have no idea what was going to happen in the next jail call. And then sometimes he's so composed and he's like... Don't worry, guys. We have to be strong. And he's making jokes about Taco Bell.
Because it's a diva. He's a diva.
No. His mom keeps reassuring.
You are in jail for suspected murder. I don't know why you're talking about Taco Bell, you fucking idiot. Anybody who's innocent would be like, yes, I've called the Innocence Project, and I have brought them in line, and I've shown them the evidence, and I showed them the proof that I didn't do this or whatever. And now they think that I'm actually innocent in all this, and now they're arranging Kathleen Turner or whatever her fucking name was to come down from what was that one, that was a really good Netflix documentary. What was it? It was oh god, the people from like Wisconsin. I can't think of what it was. It's to make a murderer, right? And so that's the actions of an innocent man. Is the only thing the innocent man says is, I didn't do this. Go fuck yourself. I didn't do this. Go prove it then if you think I did this. That's how innocent people act, and they sit there and they wait. They don't talk a lot. They don't go, I didn't do this, theatrical that. They say, I didn't do this. Go find the fucking proof. Send me up shit creek if you're going to. I didn't do this. Go find it. Go find that I didn't do this or whatever. That's how innocent people act, right? So, you know, now he did that, but he also was like, I didn't do this, which is weird because nobody said he did. And that's the actions of a guilty man. So then you get poisoned. Your kids are poisoned against you by this self-assumption. I think their safe assumption maybe that you killed their mother, and so now they don't like you and they won't talk to you anymore. And the sheer gall to try to drag your mother into this crazy psychological fucking thriller that you're the lead star of is just insane, and nobody can handle it. Your kids can't handle it. The cops can't handle it. Your fucking mother can't handle it. Your wife obviously couldn't handle it. Nobody can fucking handle it. Nobody can handle this craziness that you've got.
They're not taking your stuff. They're not taking it.
I've had, I came up recently. I was like, we've had like 2 fights in a year or something. We're actually doing pretty well, is what I said to my mother like a week ago. And she's like, yeah, it's not bad, And I was like, yeah. And that is because it's like, I'm not a hard person to get along with, I'm a hard person, and I'm rude, and I'm an asshole, but I'm not a hard person to get along with,
Stuff. I wouldn't be
if you don't step to me with some kind of bully tip or some bullshit like on EVE Online or something. I am an easy person to get along with, believe it or not.
Too surprised if the police are listening to this call. If they stole my fucking ring, just like they stole my credit card information.
That's how it plays, too.
That's what he claims.
Okay.
As the murder trial is nearing...
The police. You really think that the police stole your fucking wife's wedding ring? I mean, we've seen that they do that to Afro-Man, so I suppose it's in the realm of probable cause. I suppose it could happen. It's just enough plausibility with some kind of $10 million lawyer or whatever to maybe slide on by on a technicality or whatever. But no, you don't have that. You don't have a $10 million lawyer. You're a fucking muggle from the middle class. You don't have a $10 million lawyer, or you wouldn't be facing that murder charge.
Daniel's brother who decides to tell him the truth.
Honestly, I think a lot of this is about weird narcissistic people needing to show the ability to ruin someone else's reality. I really do think that's what all this bullying stuff is about. Even him killing his wife. And honestly, sue the person. Just break out of their lives, be like, I don't like you anymore, and sue the person for something fraudulent. That's a lot safer than some murder-suicide pact thing where you fight the cops for your right to exist any further before they gas you in the chamber or whatever, for murdering your wife or whatever. That's a lot better. Just break up with your wife and sue her or something. It's honestly probably going to get you further. It's just, you ruined your kid's life, you ruined your family's life, your mother's life, your life, the judge's life, everybody's fucking lives. Why ruin everybody's life like this? Just sue your wife if you hate her that much. Or find out some reason to sue her or something. Or shit, do what everybody else does. And I'm not saying you should do this. I'm just saying what everybody else does is they go and they sock their wife. You should at least do that. Don't kill her in some Machiavellian fucking... I'm not saying go do that. I'm just saying it's a lot fucking better than fucking like doing what you did.
His brother is in a lot of these calls.
Most men, they just punch their wives in the eye. Couldn't you do that? That's still preferable to what you did, which is it's all the same violence against their wives. Like, I'll condemn it completely. I will not say I'm pro any of that stupid ass shit, but couldn't you just go punch your wife in the eye like all the other assholes do? Why do you have to fucking put her in the ground? What the fuck is that? And then pull some telenovela Machiavellian like YouTube video about your innocence or whatever. This isn't the Innocence Project. You're not motherfucking, Mumia Abu Jamal. You're not fucking Mumia Abu Jamal. Don't act like it.
And he tells him,
there's an innocent man who acted like it from day one. And we know what innocence looks like. That's why we have stuff like the Innocence Project. When you know somebody's innocent, they just won't back down. They're like, no, I really didn't do this. And you don't have any evidence saying I did. And all this stuff. And it often turns out to be true.
Support is dwindling. Okay?
From the families?
Yeah.
Mom and Dad, want to believe you very much.
They want to believe you, but they don't. But they don't. That's why she's crying. If she actually believed him, she would be smiling and being like, we got this. We're going to get you through this somehow. And she would be, you got to smile. You got to be positive. But she doesn't believe you. They don't believe you. Nobody believes you, asshole. Your story was full of holes.
Much. We wish.
You painter taped your own goddamn doorbell. You're an idiot. You seem like that sort of idiot.
We hope. And also,
who brings painter tape to a murder scene to protect themselves from the camera? That's how fucking dumb you actually are. I would not be okay with that. I'm sorry. I'm not like I'm some murderer type, but let's say instead of a murder, it's robbing Fort Knox, right? You're coming out of Fort Knox, or you're going into it in this case, whatever. And you're going in Fort Knox to kill your wife and or rob Fort Knox for all the gold in Fort Knox or whatever. You're a bad actor, right? It's all a crazy conjecture here. It's all metaphor. Do you block the ringer doorbell at the front of Fort Knox that you're about to rob for diamonds or whatever? Do you block the front doorbell with painter's tape that falls off in the first gust of wind? Or do you bring any other tape known to man that will actually obfuscate the lens? I don't think it's painter's tape. That seems like your level of dumb and your level of telenovela. I don't think you're good at crime. I think you're good at lying.
Now, there's not evidence that's been hidden, right? There's a lot that's come out.
They don't believe you, if they believed you, they'd be like, we believe you, son. Trust me, it's not that hard. When you have genuine emotions, it's like 3 words. We believe you, son. Or 4 words. We believe you, son, right? SMRT. But, like, we believe you, son, is all they need to say if they believed him. They don't believe him. You can see it in their fucking eyes. They're like rolling. Her eyes are rolling. You're going to put her in the grave with this, you fucking shithead. Don't do that. That's fucking terrible. Don't put her in the fucking grave with this. Why did you close this? Why did you do this? Open my tabs. No, bring my 10 tabs back. I need them.
Calls and he tells him support is dwindling.
Support is dwindling.
Okay. From the families?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all think you're a bald-faced fucking liar. It just seems like all the lies that you tell. And the painting tape that you use to block your fucking, your murder ingress. Oh my
Mom
God.
And Dad want to believe you very much.
But it's just the painter's tape, son. We couldn't get over the painter's tape. It's not funny. Well, what it is funny. It's not funny that he killed his wife. It's funny that he used painter's tape to block his own doorbell camera. It seems so dumb. It's the kind of dumb that the criminals do, isn't it? This is the sort of thing that they always say about criminals. They're like, criminals are mega dumb. They really do dumb things. You'll catch them doing dumb things all the time. This is it. That painter's tape really takes the cake. I don't know anybody dumb enough to block their own murder camera in their own home as they try and lie about killing their wife like some kind of bad, like Anthony Hopkins movie. Instead, they just block their fucking camera with painter's tape. I'm going to call you painter's tape for the rest of the goddamn video. This is my right to do so, and I will. Shut up, painter's tape. You're a liar.
To believe you very much. We wish, we hope. And also, now there's not evidence that's been hidden. Right?
There's painter's tape, which seems like your level of dumb.
A lot that's come out.
We're going to call you PT. What's up, PT? Killer PT, right? It's Killer PT. His name is Killer PT. His name is Killer PT because of the painter's tape. The fucking painter's tape. I can't get over the painter's tape. It's such a dumb fucking thing.
And as imaginative as I can be,
I needed to block the camera to prevent them from understanding that I killed my wife in my own house or whatever. So I ran into the garage and I got some painter's tape. It seemed really smart at the time.
With finding explanations and...
I think some painter's tape will literally probably let you see through it, honestly. It's that thin. That's another problem with painter's tape is it's not that thick. So it's like maybe somehow, some way, maybe the heat from the fucking camera like literally like raises the level of the blockage of the blue dye in the paint, and eventually you're able to see out the fucking blue and see the guy murder his wife or whatever, or leave the house after he murdered his wife or whatever. Painter's tape, man. I don't know why, but I'm really fixated on that.
Theorize how
fucking painter's tape. You're dumb.
This or that could have been the reality. Some of it is beyond even
when your parents talk. It's fascinating. I don't want to hear you talk.
Creativity.
Daniel doesn't really respond. And again later, on a private call, just between
Yeah,
Daniel
total
and his
silence.
lover.
Yeah, total silence with no response is always like totally isn't incriminating. Incredibly incriminating.
And now us and everyone else with a penchant for FOIA requesting cases, Daniel's brother tells him,
I want to believe in you. And at the same time, I will be totally honest.
I don't.
I, from the beginning, have not really ever cared one way or the other. I do not want to see you where you are. I do not want to see you where you're going.
What's with the girl with the violin in the background?
Regardless of...
Oh man, that man, you need to hire a stylist. Do not ever do your own hair ever again. Hire a stylist, dude. A stylist. They're like $30. Go panhandle on the corner if you're that deadbeat broke. But you absolutely need to pay a fucking stylist to save your fashion life. I am terribly sorry. This is the fashion police. I'm gonna have to arrest you.
The situation and how it arrived. I don't want you there, and don't really care about.
I'm making a citizen's arrest. This is the fashion police, and I'm making a citizen's arrest. Are you his brother? You seem like the same sort of dingbat that he is.
Guilt or culpability or anything.
I don't care what you did. I just don't want to see you in there.
Like that.
so he's basically saying, like, you're...
I don't believe you, but I don't want you in there. Which is that's a loyal family member. I don't believe you, but I don't want you in there. I imagine that's probably what you get from your loyal family members if you kill your wife. Like, I love you, but but I don't believe you, and I don't want you in there. But Alan Richardson did nothing wrong. I don't know what that is.
brother through and through, and that's how I've been since day one. However,
the situation got to where it got to. My concern now is
the situation got to where it got to. Only guilty people kind of talk about like that.
Is dwindling fast. The forensic stuff, the digital data is really tough for everybody to wrap their head around. Like I said, even I have to go through some fancy gymnastics to counter everything. It needs some story around where phones came from, where gift cards came from, whatever, whatever that may be. You don't have to tell me anything here. I realize that you can't say things on this line, so that's going to be how that is. But I figured I would tell you that. I'm not sure if you're going to get to talk to mom and dad again before they move you down into the purgatory spot, and then you're going to be there for a month. My main concern right now is mom and dad are on the brink of financial ruin and bankruptcy. They took out probably about 120 to 150K to pay legal fees, and none of that has been repaid to them.
Daniel's brother keeps telling him, and the brother is
repay by who? Who's gonna repay it? The guy who killed her? Why did they do that? Why did they financially break themselves? See, this is family love. This is why I like true crime. It's always stranger than fiction. Like, family love is bizarro world like that, where it's like they'll just sink their entire life savings into their son's lie and shit like this. Why? What does that benefit anybody? If he's meant to get off, he'll get off with a public defender. Like, honestly, that's how court is. Like, if it's a slam dunk case that proves his innocence, a public defender can try that case. You know, that's how it works. Otherwise, he's guilty, pretty much.
Complaining and being emotional.
If he's innocent, a public defender can win your case. You know, if you're guilty, you need a fancy lawyer to throw a smoke bomb at that jury and a fucking judge and get him thinking about some piece of evidence as opposed to the fact that you killed your wife and all this other stuff.
About things
like the glove. Remember the glove from O.J. Simpson? Like the one true glove or whatever.
With the parents, and the parents don't have resources, and they become emotional because you're emotional, so they take out loans, and they're about to get bankrupt, and they're about to lose their car and lose everything. And he's like, things like taking the kids out of Colorado because they're not safe, that's gonna be $100,000 in legal fees that we don't have the money for, and it's not gonna work, so just drop it.
Oh, I see.
He's like, don't even talk to mom and dad about it, because they're gonna want to pull out a loan. They're gonna want to try and help you, but I'm telling you, it's never gonna happen no matter how much money you throw at it. There's also another moment in this very jail call, which I didn't want to interpret But the brother, he says like, see, and I don't know if I'm dense and I'm dumb or something, but he says something along the lines of like, at some point, we're going to have a conversation where you just tell me yes or no. And it was like so out of nowhere. And I'm like, are you going to ask him like a series of yes or no questions, right? Like, I don't know what that means. And then Daniel cuts in and he goes, yes. And then they hang up because the 17 minutes are over. Every call is like 17 minutes and 15 seconds.
In the future, we may need to communicate, you and I. I want you to look at me for a second, real close, and say, yes.
Yes.
No. Yes. And no. At some point in the future, we may need to interpret that thing as that.
What do you think?
I think
he's asking if you did it?
Yeah.
So that yes sounds like he's telling him yes, or he sounds like, okay, yes, I agree.
Nope,
to that.
sus as
Yes,
hell.
we can do that
Nope,
phone
don't do
call
it.
later, or-
Yeah.
So it's like can be interpreted in both ways.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still sort of supporting him, or he's just kind of.
From the energy that I get from the brother, is he's supporting his brother, but I think it's more so out of support for his parents. I don't think that makes it any better.
Mm-hmm. And what's the parents? You think the parents is in denial?
Yeah, the mom is totally in denial.
Like my son could never.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but I also think that there are times in the phone calls where I'm like, ooh, like these are just, like I can see why he has these anger issues.
Yeah.
Because the way she's like, oh, I didn't mean to upset you. It's like, who cares about upsetting him? His whole life is about to go down like the shitter. Are you like, we can talk as adults.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I mean, you're too old. You got to get your emotions in check. Like, we can't all tiptoe and be worried about upsetting a grown man who's in jail about to go on trial for murdering his wife.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of red flags in Daniel's story. But even just the way he talks about Christy Lynn the stalker, it's like straight out of a movie. Before his arrest, when he's being interviewed by officers, and these are all the things that are setting off the officers, they reference the stalker as the stalker. They're like, okay, so when did the stalking start? When did the stalker come into play? But Daniel, in the midst of his wife's murder investigation, he keeps correcting the officers. Oh, we call him Kickman. And he's always whispering. You call him what? The stalker. We call him Kickman. Okay, why do you guys call him Kickman? Because Christiel is gonna kick his ass. Yeah.
Kick man. That's what we call the stalker.
What?
It's a lot. The police just want to know what happened. They're gathering intel, and some of it is just not adding up, and his behavior is really weird. I would imagine any spouse in their right mind in the interrogation room or the interview room would be like, okay, let me break it down. This is the day that it started. This is what we have gathered. If you let me go into the house, or I can tell you we have logs of the stalking, like we just need to find this killer, instead of like, we call him Kickman. But the most interesting thing is, Daniel says that he first found out about the stalking in November. And this is when the police were like, wait, what? Hold on. Because Detective Martinez knows that the stalking started October 2nd.
Yeah.
Why would you not know for an entire month? The officer asks, why do you think the month gap before she told you?
I'm sure she has mentioned to you that she and I are going through a rough patch, kind of on the rocks.
Rough patch.
So it probably didn't seem that pressing until it was.
So he's explaining that Christine didn't tell him about the stalking until a picture of him was sent to her. So now she's like, okay, well, your life is kind of on the line and like maybe your safety's at risk. So let me explain what's been going on for the past month. There were mentions, obviously, that Daniel and Christine were not in the best part of their relationship, which a lot of parents raising 3 kids would say they've probably seen better days. But to not know that your wife is being stalked for an entire month, you have to be probably on.
There's this terrible implication that if you've got 3 kids, your marriage is pretty much dead in the water. From at least her generation, that's like the assumption that, yeah, if you're successful and you get married for 20, 30, 40 years or whatever, and you have 3 kids and then you bring them all to age or whatever, there's this assumption that it ruins your marriage. It's so doomer. It's so doomer of you.
Not even speaking terms.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying it's so doomer.
In order for this to happen. Even if she didn't think it was that serious for a month, she would have brought it up as like oh my God, something so weird happened today. How bad exactly was their relationship?
Right.
Christiel's parents are brought in hours after her murder to give formal interviews. They were all really close. Christiel and her dad would fix classic cars together, so they had this hobby that even as they grew up, she was always just in his garage. They have this like retro diner set up in one corner of his garage, and it just looks like a dream auto shop. She would sit down while they would take a break, and he explains that she did mention that she was being stalked by the ex-boyfriend from high school. And both Christiel's parents, they remember Anthony back from when they were dating. And they say he was always very friendly, very courteous, always had good manners. I mean, yeah, like it was in high school. Okay, people who knew them say their breakup was very high school. It wasn't even petty. They both worked at JCPenney. The whole breakup was because Christiel was very much into academia. Like, she had a strong vision for her outlook in life. Like, she wanted to pursue engineering in college. She wanted to go that route. Meanwhile, Anthony didn't really know if he even wanted to go to college. He was still figuring things out. So the way that Anthony even spoke about Christiel after they broke up, people said that Anthony spoke about her like she was his great first love. Naturally, he did reach out a few times over Facebook asking how she is. Nothing weird, but maybe he's upset that she never made any sort of advancement towards him, never wanted to see him, or maybe something big happened in his life and now he's turning on Christiel. But how can somebody go from being this kind-hearted, genuine person to a stalker? Or like maybe Christiel's parents didn't really know him. Christiel's mom is a bit more open with the detectives. She's distraught, she's holding it together, and she's telling the investigators everything they need.
Her life was hell these last months and last year. Her husband and her were not on good terms. He was in complete denial. She'd tell me how he was.
Did she ever give you insight on what kind of led her to feel like her marriage was over, or?
Dan is explosive, but I've never seen him, hurt her. He would hurt the kids, but, some people think the corporal punishment is okay with kids.
Like what, physical?
Probably, yeah.
Beating?
She was worried about that. But she told me he was in denial, that she told him that this marriage was over, but she would stay until redacted graduated. Just in my gut, I can't shake this feeling. And what is that feeling telling you?
I can't shake this question. Is he the one that's been doing this with Anthony?
This is like the first interview.
Yeah.
The mom who witnessed her daughter's death,
Yes.
she was comforting him at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's saying that maybe they're working together.
Yeah. And it's just like a bunch of small things. It's not like a big, aha, we caught you. Just like weird. Even at a recent family birthday party, Daniel is out by the window the whole time in case the stalker is surveilling them in the neighborhood. But something about it just feels performative.
Wow.
It doesn't feel really anxious. It doesn't feel like, okay, I'm so stressed. It just feels like, look at me being a protector. Christiel's brother, he knows that the two of them, Christiel and Daniel, had been separated, but still living together mainly for the kids. He has a different take. He tells the authorities,
she was fully convinced that it was Anthony. My mom has always been suspicious, and I just don't know where that comes from.
Can you elaborate on that? Like, suspicious how?
So I think the ex-boyfriend sensed that this guy was an asshole and actually did send a stalker letter and wanted her back. And it's just a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. I think it's like there's some kind of smoke in the background because she was just living her life. And I wonder maybe if they were cheating or something like that.
Or,
my mom?
Yeah.
It's like the difficulty finding Anthony. Like, why is it so hard to find Anthony? Why can't either,
Yeah, they can't find Anthony because it was like, just get his statement. And they couldn't find him?
records or IP stuff. So my mom was very frustrated with the inability to locate one person who is so frequently contacting my sister. Like, why is that such a difficult thing to do? So my mom had that frustration, and so I think her mind starts to
This guy's from Colorado. We have a certain dialect and a way of speaking.
wander towards like conspiracy type things, right? Of like, oh, maybe it's the husband, or maybe it's Dan, and I don't know. I don't see it there just because, I don't know, Dan just seems so incapable of doing something like that to me.
Why do you say that? Just,
I don't know. I talked to him And he was like very concerned about like getting his family together and talking about being vigilant but not paranoid.
Other members of Christiel's family were interviewed, and one of them says something very interesting. He says that he never liked Dan from the first moment that he met Dan.
Who is this?
It's like I believe it's an uncle. And the officers are like, why? And he's like, there are 2 words I would describe. Slick politician. I don't trust a single thing he says.
Yeah.
Christiel's sister-in-law, Kate, is asked by the officers if there was something about the stalker, anything that she thought was notable, and she says,
I know that Christiel was like very concerned and worried about this guy, and I just always felt like it was like there was something weird about it. Like,
something actually
but
there.
I can't put my finger on it. I feel like she had said that it was like this Anthony guy that it seemed very different than past behavior in him, like that he was never sexual in the past, and that these were like very like hyper things. And so I think even at one point she was like questioning whether it was actually him.
Daniel himself has told officers during his interview,
I had her as a partner to protect the family, but it didn't feel like a partner who valued me. I told her I didn't want to die for someone who didn't care about me anymore.
he said that he just wanted Christiel to say, I do care about you, but she didn't, and he was really hurt. Officers are finally able to locate the high school ex-boyfriend, Anthony, and he's 8 hours away in a different state, at home, on his couch, drunk.
Yeah, he's like, what?
Tell him, I'm gonna ask
We've been looking for you for like a year and a half, and he's like, oh, okay, I'm here, bro. I've been here for years. What's going on?
a couple of names, and
He's like, that girl from high school? Sure.
you recognize them, okay?
Have you ever heard of the name Crystal Krug? She may have been Grimsrod when you knew her.
Yeah.
And do you know a Daniel Krug?
No.
No? How do you know Crystal?
She was an ex-girlfriend.
She's an ex-girlfriend? How long's the ex? Like how long ago?
1999.
Oh, so like a long while ago.
She was my very first girlfriend ever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When was the last time you talked to Crystal? Has it been a minute?
It's been a minute, yeah.
Like since you moved from Durango?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would have been, what, back in 2014?
Now, he's guilty of something else, and he's very nervous about them. But he's not guilty of what they think he is.
Yeah.
Have you had any contact with anybody in that area since? Anybody, or have they contacted you at any time?
No.
It's pretty clear that Anthony is at least appearing drunk and confused. He probably is drunk and confused, but what cannot be faked or confused is the fact that Anthony has an airtight alibi. That morning he had gone to Kohl's and bought a sweatshirt, and he's seen buying the sweatshirt, and he has a receipt for it. And he's wearing that sweatshirt right now. And there's no way that he could have driven to kill Christiel, then driven back in time to buy the sweatshirt. There's also no way that he was on any sort of flight or Amtrak train, nothing. Which means, unless he knows how to teleport, Anthony could not have killed Christiel Krug, just as police suspected. Which leads to
Airtight
Daniel being in the back of a police car,
alibi.
handcuffed, and an officer asking him, quote,
Hey, Dan, do you want me to tell your kids that you killed their mother, or do you want somebody else to? Okay. All right.
God damn.
Good luck.
Good luck.
That's really crazy to say. I mean, I guess they're arresting him for murder, right?
Yeah, I think, okay, I don't particularly think that the cops were doing like a spectacular job. I think that they were doing
No, that comment is terrible.
their job, what the taxpayers pay money for. But I will say they seem very fed up with Daniel. I think it's all of his acting and all of his like, I was supposed to protect her.
I see.
Yeah. The hours leading up to Daniel's arrest are also very interesting. There's a few key moments that investigators are very suspicious about, aside from the physical and forensic evidence that they get later on. But the first one is, when Daniel is first called into the police station, he's in the interrogation room, and Detective Martinez comes in, because Detective Martinez is the one that's been helping Christiel with the stalker, aka Daniel.
Oh,
And
no.
Daniel is like hunched over on this blue couch, and he's like,
I did protect her. No, you killed her.
And Detective Martinez said that he was looking at Daniel and he realized he's sobbing, he's whispering, he's doing all these things, and not a single tear.
Nope, not
So he
a
starts
real
questioning
tear.
Daniel, not even going after him, but just asking him normal questions one would expect. And Daniel constantly keeps his pitch at a whisper. It's always like, everything happens. I don't feel anything.
I have two different voices going through my head right now.
Oh.
I have my brother Matthew. Yeah, I've mentioned him. He's
You are so guilty looking.
a sheriff's lieutenant. And I have his voice saying, talk to the police. And typical cop fashion, he married a prosecutor. So I have Lynn's voice in my head going, get a lawyer.
That is crazy. That his brother is a cop.
Not the one that he's on the phone with, I believe. That's a different brother.
Oh.
So his brother's a cop, his sister-in-law is a prosecutor, and I mean the fact that he mentions this very early on in the interrogation is definitely a very soft way of saying I might lawyer up whenever I want. So I would tread carefully is the vibe that he gives.
Or maybe he's trying to say, hey, I'm also, my brother is a cop too.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. And so he just has all these like weird moments. He also tries to hint that Christelle would be out of the house for a really long time. So he's like trying to make it seem like Christelle was suspicious. And I just want to say, and I say this every single time, if an investigator ever asks you, what do you think happened in this crime? Who do you think did it? I just want you to know that investigator thinks you did it. And Daniel is asked and he responds,
So in my brain, the story that I have is someone came to the door. Maybe she went outside to get a package, and they must have come in. She's a fighter. She's strong.
Autopilot jumping.
She would have fought.
and again, it's like the movies. It's like, that's not the question right now. Like, you're trying to figure out who killed your wife. Why are you saying things like, she's a fighter. She would have fought. At one point, when the police are leading him out, he's like, I just need to know what to tell my kids. Did she fight? Because she's a fighter. Again, it's just bizarre. Who do you think killed her? I think it's Kickman. I think it's Anthony.
What if I told you that we had already spoken with Anthony and there's no way that he was in town today?
And I have nothing. I'm terrified to bring my children home.
What are you terrified of?
If it wasn't him, though, was it?
If you were watching these facts unfold in the movie, what would you say happened?
There has to be someone else.
How was his performance, I guess, when he first came to the scene or found out that the wife is killed?
When he is in front of the house, that's the moment where I would say we can't really judge grief. I actually had like a whole thing about this while I was watching the footage because I was comparing and I was like, okay, I don't know who would have a harder time because he is much more distraught than Christelle's mother. And I was thinking, okay, does that make sense for the spouse to be? I guess it would. And I was having all these different thoughts in my head. I would say when he gets to the house, he's on his knees. He does keep saying things like, I should have protected her. I was supposed to protect her.
I was supposed to protect her.
I think at that point, it's kind of believable. I don't know if that's how you would behave, but I think that's like when the applicable term of, well, everyone responds to grief and shock differently would apply.
I see. So you're saying that it looked like in hindsight, it was very theatrical, right? Very in hindsight.
Because then I was also trying to think, right? I think I am probably the most theatrical person that I know in terms of like, I am dramatic with my words and I and I laugh loudly and things, but I think when shit comes down, I would be very alert of like, okay, let me process this. I would jump into action. So I thought it was weird that he was so
lethargic
on his knees and saying I should have protected, when it seems like the rest of the family are like, okay, what are we gonna do? We gotta figure things out. The kids, we gotta worry about the kids. It's not just us. Like, obviously there's grief, but there's also 3 kids that we have to take care of,
No, you were performing.
figure out their safety. Like
so
there's a
in
lot.
contrast, you're saying that he is more in that, like, oh my god, versus other people kind of have their together.
Yeah, I think like in that moment, I would probably have my together and then fall apart later. Because it's like, okay, especially when you factor in the 3 kids.
Yeah. But in hindsight, though, now we know this is his choice of performance.
Yes.
Like, he thinks this is the most believable reaction to give. But it looked very off when he arrived at the station. Just instantly became really off.
Yeah, I think, okay, now in hindsight, obviously everything
What the
is
fuck
clear
was
in
that?
hindsight. I also think like the constant, I was supposed to protect her, I didn't protect her is really weird at the scene when he gets to the house. Because it's not about his kids, it's not about safety, and it's also not about like, we gotta find the who did this. Like there is no action. It's like very him-centric. It's like, I'm the protector and I failed. I'm the biggest victim. Ooh, the guilt.
Yeah.
It's almost like he wants people to be like, you did everything you could.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a blonde woman next to him who's comforting him more than Christiel's mother. And she is the victim advocate that was called to the scene. Her name is Heather. She's interviewed later. And she says, at that moment, it was fine. It's actually when she gets in the car with him, driving him to the police station for the interview, she thought it was weird.
Really? What happened?
Yeah, she said that he was like slumped over in the passenger seat, like in a fetal position. Again, kind of weird. Again, maybe it's just me being like, couldn't be me, but it's just weird. She said most people ask questions.
Yeah.
They're like, what do you know? What happened? Like,
Exactly.
they're like a mess, but they're still trying to gather
Yes.
information. And maybe it's all over the place because they're a mess, but it's not just like, I'm so sad I
Right.
couldn't protect her. It's like, what happened? Tell me what happened, right?
Yeah.
There's none of that. He's not asking questions. And then she just feels so weird about it. She said she has this gut feeling where at one point she was like, did you do something?
Really?
And then she is like, oh my God, I'm such a shitty person. She's like, what's wrong with me? Like, this is a man who just lost his wife and I'm over here, like, what am I doing? Like, I'm watching too much Dateline. Like, what's wrong with me? And she's like, okay, I gotta get it together. Like, this is not okay. But she just had this, like, weird gut feeling where just, like, some things are off.
And she probably been doing this, right?
Yeah.
Meeting a lot of victims and...
Yeah. And he keeps trying to seem, like, really confused all the time. Like, even when the cop is like, oh, can we see your phone to see the house cameras? It's like, lots of like, oh, where did I put my... Oh, yeah, here's my phone. Okay, let me try to unlock it. Like, it's just like this really performative, trying to seem harmless. Also, I thought it was weird that at the crime scene, he never asks about the kids. I'm not a parent, but I think my first reaction, like, God forbid anything happened, if there are children involved in anything, I'd be like, where are they? Are they fine? Like, who's gonna get them? Like, we gotta figure out something. But he's the dad, and he's not even like, are the kids okay? Like, where are the kids? Are they safe? How do we know they're safe?
Yeah.
He doesn't appear emotional during the interview. He just looks slumped over as time progresses.
I was going to take a Tristan to this, but I'm going to go back to Jita, I think, actually, and take a Grease the Shuttle. Because I think it's probably the best idea. I didn't realize I was going to go do the campaign trail, but I'm going to go do the campaign trail, which is 150 jump for 150 jumps to do the campaign trail. No, I'm trying to get to personal assets, motherfucker. Get me to Jita. Set. And we'll go back and we'll leave the Tristan here because I'll just probably lose the Tristan, frankly. It'll attract more attention than I want. Grease's shuttle is a little rich. It's like 30 million, but getting through 150 jumps is a long time. The Grease's shuttle will do it quickly. It'll be a scenic role play thing to do. I de-enlisted out of the faction warfare, and I'm going to do some more PvE quest stuff. Like you've got to do missions and home front ops. I don't know if you have to do this stuff. I don't think you do, but there's like 8 challenges. Trading support tier. Receive 2 items from a Capsuleer Outreach Center in a campaign HQ located in Dodixie. So, okay. Yeah, I'll go back 3 jumps and I'll switch it up. And We'll take a grease the shuttle. This is one of those rare times when it's actually appropriate.
And the officers are like, help me make sense of this.
No, I'm not the one who does this. I get the narrative you're putting together, but it alleges that I would do this to my children.
There's, like I said, footage of him telling his children what happened. So all three of them are brought into the police station. They're pulled out of school. And he is asked, do you want to tell your kids or do you want us to tell your kids? And he's like, I got to tell my kids. So he sits down with them. He tells them, and they are like incredibly, there's not exactly a word that I would use to describe it. I think distraught would be a very simple word, but I just don't really know. I mean, one of them seems like she's in high school. The other two seem pretty young. And
what did he say?
You killed mom.
Again, very theatrical. Like, she's gone. She's not coming back. And there are like some speculations I saw in some comments of some of these videos circulating where some people...
I swear to God, television and movies do this to people. That's one of the reasons why I don't watch that much of it anymore. I like true crime stuff because it's like reality. It doesn't really suck away your sense of drama or theatrics and stuff, but television will do this to you.
People think that maybe the eldest, because the whole thing is blurred, but you can still kind of see bodies. Maybe the eldest had an inkling because they seem the most standoffish from the dad, but he's just like comforting them, and it's just...
And they're just like, what, scream crying?
Yeah.
And how is he comforting them? Just patting them?
Yeah.
Wow.
Your dad's insane and your mother's dead. He killed her.
I wouldn't even want to bring this up or even talk about it, but I think
this is the humanity that I know.
The whole point is...
Oh, excuse me for just a second. Hello? Hey. Okay. Yeah. Yes, I can look on it on my second monitor on my computer if you'd like, or I can do it on both. It's on phone, whatever you... Okay, so but how now you sent this in the form of an email, did you? Okay, I didn't know where to look. Okay, yeah, no, I'll read your email. Yeah, and you want me to like look for anything glaring, I guess? What is it that I'm looking for? Okay, yeah, no problem. If I see anything...
Warp drive active.
I can look over your shoulder if you would prefer. I don't mind helping. No problem. All right, bye-bye. Okay, so... Well, I didn't get this email. No, and I'm wondering if there's some error or something. Yeah, here's fire it off and stay on the phone and let me know when you've hit the button. Because we might have some other issue. Oh, now it dings. Spring forward. Okay, sorry about that. All right, love you. Bye. Uh-huh. Yeah, spring forward, more daylight.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Sorry about that, guys. Had to do something for a family member. Fun.
The fact that he would do that to his own kids. It's like less about, oh, look at the kid's reaction. It's more so like, look, hear the things that he's saying to his kids after he did it.
That's so sick. Now think about that. He chose to give that information to the kids.
Yeah.
If he really cared, obviously he wouldn't commit a crime, but then also he probably would not have the guts to even see that.
Yeah. But he doesn't. And the police are saying, like, I think ultimately you thought this would bring you closer to your kids in your mind because now you're all the kids have. The officer tells Daniel exactly what they think happened. They think that Anthony has reached out in the past to Christelle, and maybe Daniel has gotten jealous, even though she has told him multiple times that she's married, and he backs off. And this was, you know, back in 2016 was probably the last time that he reached out. He did ask if she wanted to have intimate relations. So maybe you had a question about infidelity, whether it's with Anthony or anybody else. Because why would Anthony randomly ask about having intimate relations if they hadn't had intimate relations? Like, they're trying to be on Daniel's side. And so, you know, you might create an account to see if Christelle's actually interested in Anthony. So you ask, you push.
I don't think Anthony was guilty.
Respond. And then you're just trying to confirm your suspicions of infidelity. You don't get the response and the openness that you once did. And you
So she's dangling what happened. What happened to this guy?
Think that, well, maybe if I keep doing this, she's going to come closer to me. Because
her sense of execution is perfect, though. This took exactly as long as it should have taken for her to kind of have her free discussion about it. And her sense of personality was all over this, and so was his. And I liked them. I think they're a good duo. And I think she doesn't give him the credit he deserves, but maybe he's not as aesthetically pleasing as her, or maybe he's more nervous.
Because she's so scared and she has nobody else. So you amp it up a little bit. And then you even send a photo of yourself in the account that you created. Daniel is asked again, like, if you were watching these unfold, what would you say happened if this were a movie? There has to be some unknown.
I'm analytical at work, and I read and write fiction at home. I don't do...
You have had too much fiction, fool, and you wasted your wife, you fucking idiot. This is not a Danielle Steele novel, you fucking moron. Oh my god.
Do crime drama.
Yes, you do. You are a crime drama. Like, that's like saying you're not white or something. You yourself are a living crime drama. You are a crime drama, you moron.
He writes fiction?
I mean, it's easier to say that after the fact as the public from the outside. Granted, I took a cheap shot there. But you are a living crime drama. You are the crime drama. You still haven't figured out that you are the drama.
Writer?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Oh
but
my
for a month,
god.
Christelle doesn't tell Daniel what's happening, so he amps it up by sending that photo of himself. And that's when Christelle tells Daniel about the stalking that's been happening. And he keeps amping it up. Christelle is still over it. She's like, I don't want to be in this marriage anymore. I want to get a divorce. And the police wrote in their report, there's like a 700-page report that we come through, but Christelle told somebody in the family that she has a photo of bruising on one of the kids that she is going to use against Daniel in a custody case. And then she also told a friend that she confronted Daniel because she was starting to feel as if Daniel was the stalker. So the police believe that not only does she have some sort of evidence against him in the custody case, she's about to out him to everyone publicly, to their family members, maybe even to the police, that he is the stalker. He's going to lose everything. And so he kills her. The forensic evidence from the top. The Krug house has 4 cameras on the outside of the house. Doorbell camera, one on the side of the house, one that shows the driveway and the garage. And it's crazy, like this FOIA request, we got all of the footage from that. And we also got footage from like neighbors' cameras. There's a lot of footage. But multiple of the cameras were turned off for 2 hours that morning. And the only people that could turn it off manually are Daniel and Christelle. It's only turned back on when Daniel goes to work and he is later than normal, his work time. And he also seems really casual walking through his office, which is unsettling after he just murdered his wife. He then comes back to the house in extreme distress. But when he calls that welfare check, he calls the police. He calls Christelle's mom. He calls the neighbor.
He's the one that called?
Yeah, and he's also the one that called Christelle's mom to go check up on Christelle.
For what reason?
Maybe it's the ultimate.
You know, I don't think I want to sell this suit. I think I want to go. I want to go at my auctions. My market order. I want to cancel this. I don't want to sell this. Never mind. It's just too rare. This thing's too rare. I like the drifter plug suit, and I don't want to sell it. It's gonna go away in box somewhere. It's worth $2 bill, but I think it's gonna be worth $10 bill, like in 5 or 10 years. You know, so it's just stupid to sell it right now. This is the cheapest it'll ever be. I should buy another one, frankly. I should scratch and I should spend $25 cash on Plex or whatever and take the $3 and buy 2 of these suits and start selling them on the hypernet maybe.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled.
Oh, yes. We are going to the campaign trail, which is campaign trail start was Luminaire.
Autopilot engaged. Warping
Cool.
to Stargate.
Revenge, because it seems like he has this venomous hatred towards Christiel's family.
Right. But what made him decide for call